Good afternoon. Pursuant to Chapter 551, Title 5 of the Texas Government Code, the Texas Open Meetings Act, notice is hereby given that the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, in accordance with Article 5, Section 12 of the Charter of said city, will convene a regular meeting on March 19, 2024, at 5 p.m. in City Commission chambers, located on the second floor of the Brownsville City Hall. Old Federal Building located at 1001 East Elizabeth Street, Brownsville, Cameron County, Texas, 78520. Members of the public who submitted a public comment form will be permitted to offer public comments as provided by the agenda and as permitted by the presiding officer during the meeting. A recording of the meeting will be made and will be available to the public in accordance with the Open Meetings Act. Mayor, it is now 5:04. You may call the meeting to order.
Thank you, Marina. Being that we do have a quorum present, I'd like to call today's meeting to order.
Thank you, Mayor. Next item is invocation, followed by Pledge of Allegiance, and the invocation will be made by Ms. Alicia Justilian.
Good afternoon. If we can just bow our heads. Our Father in heaven, we come with a heart of thankfulness as we gather at this meeting. Your word says that if we draw near to you, you will draw near to us. Lord, we pray for your direction and discernment on all decisions made here tonight. Guide the minds and hearts of our city officials who are here and online, as well as our beloved citizens. We ask for your will to be done. Bless this gathering. We pray in Jesus' name, amen. To the republic, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag and pledge allegiance to be Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Next item is proclamations. Recognizing St. Joseph's Academy soccer team, state champions.
Proclamation of the City Commission of Brownsville, Texas, recognizing Brownsville St. Joseph Academy soccer team state champions. Come on up here, guys. Yeah. Right there. Line it up. There, yeah, yeah. Whereas on March 8th, 2024, the 2023-2024 Brownsville St. Joseph Academy soccer program achieved a remarkable milestone by advancing to the state tournament for the second year in a row, played at Round Rock Multipurpose Complex. After a semifinal victory, the Bloodhounds advanced once again to the state championship game this year against Austin St. Michael's, becoming the 8th team in the Rio Grande Valley's history to win the Texas State Championship and the first since 2016 for the city of Brownsville, garnering widespread support throughout Brownsville and the Rio Grande Valley. And whereas the Brownsville St. Joseph team competing in the varsity level in soccer under the TAPS banner since 2008 demonstrated exceptional skill and determination throughout the season, finishing the TAPS Division II District 4 as champions with an impressive 11-1 district record, boasting a remarkable 19-5 overall season record. And whereas the team's roster, led by head coach Edgar Tovar, featured exceptional student athletes including Miguel Cárdenas, Jonathan Cardona, Reynaldo Cisneros, Ezequiel Escamilla, Emilio Garcia, Homero Garcia, Andrés Garza, Ricardo Godínez, Alejandro González, Emilio González, Mauricio Alejandro González, Mauricio Alberto González, Abraham Nájera, José Luis Perales, José Ramírez, Jorge Max Salazar, Diego Saldaña, José René Tijerina, Claudio Torres, Christopher Tovilla, Julian Curi, and Matthew Lopez Roque, each contributing to the team's success. And whereas the graduating seniors, led by Captain Diego Saldaña, who recorded 26 goals and 6 in the playoffs, 32 in total, bid farewell, leaving behind a legacy of excellence and leadership, while 12 returning players ensure the team's continuity, promising an exciting future for Brownsville St. Joseph soccer. And whereas Coach Tovar's dedicated coaching staff, including Martin Vela, Javier Medina, and Lark Starkey, played an instrumental role in guiding the team to unprecedented success, with Coach Tovar leading the team to 4 consecutive district championships and back-to-back Final Four and state championship games. The season reached new heights with 3 consecutive come-from-behind victories in the playoffs over Houston Second Baptist, San Antonio Christian, and San Antonio Texas Military Institute. Coach Tovar's strategic leadership resulted in the Bloodhounds making history by becoming the TAPS Division II state champions and securing victories in the district championship, area championship, regional championship, and semifinal championship, eventually the state championship. And whereas Coach Edgar Tovar took the helm as Brownsville St. Joseph Academy soccer coach in 2017 and since has led the Bloodhounds to 109 total victories, 62 home victories, 16 championships by demonstrating strategic leadership this year that propelled St. Joseph Academy to new heights in TAPS soccer playoffs as the Texas Division II state champions. Now, therefore, we the members of the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, by virtue and the authority vested by the charter of said city and on behalf of all of our citizens, do hereby recognize and honor Brownsville St. Joseph Academy Bloodhounds soccer team for their achievements, done on this 19th day of March, 2024. Congratulations. Así, para acá, para acá, para acá. Así se van para acá. Congratulations. 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 Congrats. Congrats, man. Congrats. Congratulations. Congratulations. ¿Listo ahorita? ¿Sigues tú? ¿Listo? Hey, congrats. Congratulations. Congratulations. Coach, muchas felicidades. Esto es en español para ti. Coach. Va a decir. St. Joe, I know if you can say some words, the microphone is yours. Diego. Right there, son.
Hello, my name is Il Saldaña, and I'm a senior and captain of the Bloodhound soccer team. Thank you, Mayor and City Administration. I accept this recognition on behalf of my teammates, our coaching staffs, and the administrations. My dream since I started playing soccer was always to win a state championship. And I am proud to have been part of this amazing group that made history by becoming the first team in St. Joe's history to be named Soccer State Championship. After graduating 7 starters from last year's state finalist team, nobody gave us a chance, but we worked hard and believed in each other. We couldn't have done it without the support of our parents, our school community, and all of our fans. I'm extremely proud to say that the Rio Grande Valley has won 8 state championships in soccer, and 5 are teams from the great city of Brownsville. We proudly join our brothers from BISD, Lopez, Rivera, and Porter as champions. I have heard that people from around the state call Brownsville the capital of soccer in Texas, and I can proudly say that today we are. To my teammates, congratulations, and I can say that we seniors will miss you, but we'll be rooting for you to win it again next year. Thank you once again on behalf of my teammates and my head coach, Edgar Tovar. God bless you, and God bless the great city of Brownsville.
Congratulations to all. Congratulations to St. Joseph Academy Soccer Program. So much goes behind this success: time, sacrifice, unity, teamwork, and lots of faith. You've made Brownsville very proud. We wish you continued success on and off the field.
Thank you, guys.
Next item is public comment period. As a reminder, Section 226, meetings and agendas, public input during meetings, conduct. Conversations between or among audience members should be conducted outside the meeting room. Attendees should refrain from conversations while commission is in session. Cell phones. Attendees must refrain from the operation and use of cellular telephones, pagers, etc., or any mechanical devices that may disrupt city commission proceedings. Placards, banners, or signs are not to be permitted in the commission chambers or in any other room in which the city commission conducts a meeting. Included in this prohibition are various hats, caps, visors, and t-shirts, which may represent sentiments as alluded to regarding placards, banners, and/or signs. Exhibits, displays, and visual aids used in connection with presentations to the City Commission are permitted. Only City Commission members and city staff may approach the dais. If report, letter, etc. is to be presented to the commission, it should be given to the city secretary or staff, who will make the distribution. It is preferable that the item to be distributed be given to the city secretary prior to meeting time. A copy of the item should be made available for the city secretary's official record. All comments shall be made to the mayor and city commission as a whole and not to individual commission members. And so this evening for public comment, we did receive two. The first one is Yolanda Spies.
Welcome, Ms. Spees. You have 3 minutes.
Commissioners and Mayor, allow me to share a story that reflects the importance of critical thinking and independent judgment, which seems to be lacking a lot in this town. In a small town, a jeweler noticed a man setting his watch by his jeweler's clock every day. Curiously, the jeweler inquired about the man's role, only to realize that the town's noon whistle was synchronized with his clock, perpetuating a cycle of inaccurate timekeeping. The tale serves as an integral reminder of the dangers of being blind disciples. Similarly, in our city, the training of law enforcement officers must not be mired in tradition or outdated practices leading to ineffective police work. We cannot afford to perpetuate a cycle of arrogance, ignorance, negligence, and complacency. Just as these two individuals unwittingly followed incorrect timekeeping practices, we risk perpetuating ineffective policing methods if we fail to question and adapt. We must foster an environment of critical thinking and inquiry, as well as continuous improvement to ensure the safety and well-being of all of our Brownsville residents. Let's not succumb to the pitfalls of the conformity and ignorance. Instead, let's go ahead and foment a culture of accountability, transparency, innovation, and progress. Nothing is inappropriate in law enforcement training and practices. Charles Darwin once said that it is not the most intelligent nor the strongest species that survives. It's the most adaptable to change, and Brownsville needs to do a lot of changing for the benefit of Brownsville residents. Thank you.
Next public comment, Diablo Velez.
Mr. Velez,
My
you have
name
3
is
minutes.
Diablo Velez. I believe that the commission is Christian and believe in God, love God. At the last meeting, I asked the commission to adopt a resolution allowing homeless to ask for money at a certain distance of transnational corporations such as Walmart, Lowe's, Targets, H-E-B's, Burgers. According to the Sumerian tablets, if you know what I'm talking about, we were created by extraterrestrials. UFOs come from a planet named Narubi. And they have a plan. The plan is to save us, to take us to heaven. Jesus Christ is part of that plan. He came to the earth, he dies, and he went back to his planet to prepare a place for us. But there is a mandate to go to heaven. First is love God, believe in God. And the second one is help the poor, help the homeless. So I am giving you the opportunity to go to heaven, to live eternal life with your family. Adopt this resolution that I'm proposing you. Because you see, homeless people, we choose this life. It's a way of living. And under the constitutional rights We choose this life, and the government have the obligation to protect this life. We don't have skills. We don't have experience to work. We don't have the education. So I'm asking you to consider this resolution and help the homeless go to heaven, live eternal life with God. Thank you very much.
Next item, presentations. One City Water Conservation Campaign.
Good evening, Mayor and Honorable Commissioners. I'll be presenting today on our One City Water Conservation Campaign with the City of Brownsville and Brownsville PUB. Our marketing efforts for the City of Brownsville's water conservation is currently in effect and includes information of the following to the public: drought conditions in the city, drought stages and consequences, tips to conserve water. Methods of distributing information include digital billboard advertisements, multimodal bus advertisements, repurposed soccer match signs, civic-ready alert sent text messaging, flyers being placed in all city buildings and recreational areas. Downtown manager is contacting the downtown businesses and restaurants and owners to place water conservation signs at their businesses and restaurants. And communication with Dr. Chavez, Superintendent of BISD, and President Rodriguez, TSC, and other agencies has begun to help place flyers and promotional messages on their campuses. Preventive measures that we've taken: all city water fountains have been temporarily disabled at all parks, replacing current irrigation systems with smart irrigation, continuing research of alternative water conservation methods, performing proper fire hydrant pressure testing by recycling water, an educational boots on the ground initiative in residential neighborhoods and shopping centers, meeting with educational institutions to discuss water conservation methods, development and propose of a new car wash ordinance, which the first hearing will be on March 19th, weekly departmental staff meetings to communicate water contingency preventive measures, monitoring and maintaining water faucets and sprinkler systems at all city facilities, right-of-way irrigation system to water 2 times a week, limiting and reducing flushing new water lines and fleet washing. Brownsville PUB water conservation efforts include continue to place door hangers for direct contact with the customers who violate stage 2 restrictions, designed email signature blocks for Brownsville PUB employees to provide drought information links, provide drought information and updates on all lobby TVs and PUB facilities, kicked off their Conservation Superheroes contest, engaged in a one-on-one meeting with keynote businesses and community stakeholders, organizations like BISD, TSC, Port of Brownsville, Rotary Club, and Brownsville SPI Board of Realtors, amongst others. Strategic placement of 2 outdoor digital billboards, public workshop covering water conservation to engage and educate the community, utilization of diverse media platforms such as radio, television, and newspaper advertisements, active participation on social media campaigns, distribution of water conservation materials at public functions, Brownsville PUB's administration building, and email correspondence, inclusion of water conservation messages in brochures and bill inserts, maintenance of the water conservation section on PUB website, and active involvement in school and community programs to emphasize the importance of water conservation. Our next steps and recommendations for the City of Brownsville have given the complexity space at City of Brownsville in managing a significant number of facilities, 70 public buildings, with a constrained enforcement team, which includes 10 enforcement officers. In addition to the presented marketing campaign and educational efforts, the City of Brownsville recommends, in collaboration with Brownsville Public Utilities Board, to work on the following: revising the drought contingency plan and water conservation plan of the city, collaborative effort with Brownsville PUB for boots on the ground campaign to distribute marketing materials to educate our citizens about phase 2 and ways to reduce water consumption, continuation of the working group that will directly work on outreach, data, research, and recommendations to leadership of both organizations, and proposed new ordinances for xeriscape drought-resistant landscaping and car washes. That concludes my presentation. I can entertain any questions or comments.
Thank you, Odie, for this presentation. It really shows great collaboration between PUB and the city, and I think it's well received here, and I encourage the commission to spread that message through their social media and continue the effort to conserve.
Thank you.
Next item, city manager's update. Recognition of Commissioner Brian L. Martinez, recipient of the 2023 Certificate of Achievement by the Texas Municipal League Institute.
Thank you, Mayor and City Commission. We would want to recognize our award recipient, Commissioner Martinez. I think that's great, showing great leadership in the state of Texas with your participation in certifications and achievements in municipal government. I think that shows good governance by the city of Brownsville, and it's great to be represented in many of these Texas Municipal League. So I don't know if you want to say a few words, but I think it's, having that collaboration and recognition is something we're very proud of.
Thank you, Helen. And I think this speaks to, that one region kind of movement that we really believe in at the city, and being able to work not with our local partners, but our state partners as well, and seeing how we can better our city. So thank you for the recognition.
Next item, BTX Fiber Network and Cybersecurity Week.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. So as you see on the screen, we have next week is going to be a week full of, IT and innovation activities. So on Tuesday, we're going to have a lunch and learn, which is we bring in our CrossStrike, which is our partner that protects our city on cybersecurity. So we want to invite all the community, want to make sure that our partners, the business around here, know what we're doing, and for them to know that it's like cybersecurity is a bi-directional communication. So we can do everything on our side, but our partners, if our partners are not doing their part, then they can harm the city or other businesses around. So we just want to, put that out there that we are doing everything we can to protect our citizens. The other event that we have is on Wednesday, and is the ribbon cutting and demo center for the fiber, the BTX fiber optics. And I have Richard here who represents LED, and I guess he can talk a little bit about what is going to be inside of that demo center for the community.
Hi, good afternoon. So essentially, we're going to cover smart home technology, smart appliances, things of that nature, things, the way the technology is growing, things that people tend to use on a daily basis. We're also going to focus on training as well, as far as streaming 101 classes, things of that nature. If we need to introduce people to newer technologies, what's available out there, some potential cost-saving methods on how to get, internet service to your home, the affordable connectivity programs, some of those government-funded programs as well, and things of that nature. So it's going to be an eventful event. So
I would say there's a panel also. So it's not only the ribbon cutting of the demo center, which is a wonderful event where we've invited all our 7 partners that have participated in the MOU that first assisted us with collecting a lot of data for fiber, UTRGV, BISD, Port of Brownsville, Greater Brownsville Setup Corporation, BCAC, PUB. So all those entities that helped us with their data to get to the feasibility study, they're all invited to, especially UTRGV, Texas Southmost College. So all our universities, and whether you're public or private, is really a celebration of what's to come, and also an education and awareness with the panel also on Wednesday. And then also the chambers hosting an event. Kind of when we talk about One City, we really talk about all our partners collaborating, coming together, and really understanding what does this fiber mean for our community, and really if there's federal programs that can assist, what are those programs? because some will be able to receive service at a very low rate. Thank you.
Next item, consent agenda items.
All right, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Mayor, I'd like to pull out item number 3.
So I'll entertain a motion to approve items 1 and 2 and 4 through 11.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carried.
Item number 3, consideration and action to reject any and all proposals for request for proposal 005-24-HT-IFB, vacant lot mowing services, Department of Health, Wellness, and Animal Services.
Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez. Just, I wanted to touch base, and I appreciate the information you guys sent me on that. Since these are not city lots that we're talking about, whenever we have a situation like this where we've had to cite a property owner for not maintaining, and then we end up having to go out there, do we not attach some type of lien to those properties so that we can recoup that?
Good afternoon, everyone. The process currently is that when, and I'm going to start from the very beginning so the audience can understand. The bids are based on a state law that when the grass is over a certain height, it triggers the city to abate it because of the public health situation that arises. We abate it by getting a mowing company to go in and mow it. Afterwards, we do apply a lien to the property. The lien is handled through our legal department. And at that point in time, we recoup our costs over sometimes it's over multiple years as the people are able to pay back the cost of the mowing that was assessed through the lien.
Are there limits that are set by the state on what those amounts can be?
I can go back and look, sir. I'm not sure that there's a limit. I think those are contractual that we have internal, but the limits are on how much time we need to give people to abate the property, like 10 days. So
Okay.
something you see commonly is, why is the city waiting so long to cut this grass that's over 10, they'll use where it's like 10 feet or so. It's that by law, we have to give the property owners a 10-day grace period so that they can try and find a remedy of their own situation.
No, on that part, I understand. I think my concern was when we're talking about rejecting all bids because they don't fall within the budget. If the cost is going to be recouped from the property owner at some point anyway, my concern is if we're rejecting these now, then if we've got lots that are currently overgrown in Brownsville, is anybody maintaining those if we're rejecting bids and going out again?
So one of the things that we do is there is a contract with Gog and Blair. When properties become repeat offenders, we refer those to Gog and Blair so that we can get those properties back on the tax rolls. It doesn't directly answer what you're asking me, but it prevents us from going over and over to potentially someone's deceased and they no longer have someone managing the property the way it should be. So after normally three mows, and we see there's no activity from anyone trying to abate the issue, we'll move that account over to Gog and Blair so that it gets back in the tax rolls.
Now that part works, and we don't need an answer for this part tonight, but I just want to make sure that if we're going to reject these and start the bidding process over, does that mean lots that are a public health hazard today are going to stay like that throughout the next bid process
No.
and until this contract is
No.
awarded?
Mowing contracts.
No, we have the contract and.
We have on-call mowing contracts, so we can use those. Meanwhile, we get a good, reasonable price for ongoing mowing.
Very good. That's what I want to make
We
sure
continue to
of.
extend the
Tell
existing
the
provider.
grass grow to this unreasonable amount and then create our own health hazard. We will use on-call mowing services.
And just to add to that, to get to the point to where we actually go out there and enforce the ordinances, we have to give them notice. So it's a 10-day period before they get the notice. We go out there, and even before that, the code officers are usually working with them. So we're looking at like 2-3 week turnaround on getting a particular lot in compliance, just because of notice requirements.
Right.
So, I think there will be time for us to go out there and get new bids on it.
I have a question about that. So in it happened, happened to me that I owned a lot that I didn't get the notice for because your records were showing the previous owner. So how often are those records updated as to who owns the lot before you send the notice?
Yeah.
That's a,
Yeah, so to answer your question, you can add more information. Code officers usually go off of what is on the appraisal district's information, right? And then, of course, after that, they'll use utilities. And so it's possible that the I'm stuck in another city. Cameron County Appraisal District might not have updated the records yet. And so but we can make it a point to check our water records to see if they match up.
and the state law does say you must use the person on record that's on the county rolls. It could be that the tax assessor has not updated their database, that we may pick up an older name, but we're going by the device, their state law that's available to us. Thank you.
Thank
But-
you.
I'm just gonna add, but from an enforcement perspective, when it comes to a point where there's a citation issued and it comes into our courts, our prosecutors are aware, of course, if they find out that there's another property owner that should have been cited instead, they will work through that and dismiss the citation. So there is that process where we verify before we take it to trial.
But
I'll
yeah,
move to approve 3.
I think you, that happened to somebody that I referred you with at one point. They had a lien from somebody before them, right? They
Correct.
were-
Yeah, and we were able to address it. So
Thank you.
of course, it's case by case, but yeah.
Thank you.
I'll move to approve item 3.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Next items, public hearings. Public hearing number 1, public hearing and action on first reading on ordinance number 2024-1737, amending Chapter 2, Administration, Article 6, Public Records to add the administration of the city's responsibilities under the Texas Public Information Act.
Just really briefly, the purpose of this ordinance, the city manager's office has worked with the city attorney's office to transfer some of the responsibilities that was placed on the city secretary's office for public information onto the city attorney's office. And so this is something that has been ongoing since October, I believe, and we've worked really well on the transition. And so this is just formalizing a couple of things. One, making the city attorney's office and then the chief of police or his designee as the main person to receive public information requests, which is what the statute allows us to do so that anybody can just, come off the street and give Commissioner De Los Santos or Gowan a request, right? And so this will ensure that we have the proper parties that are going to be codified in the Municode as to who should get a request and how. So it's twofold. One, it's formalizing the transition to the attorney's office, and 2, designating who will be the actual public information coordinator.
On that note, since you mentioned Municode, how are we running as far as turnaround time whenever we pass something, getting it uploaded?
That's off agenda topic, but just really briefly, we are moving faster than before.
Well, and the reason I ask is because when we pass this tonight, if the citizens aren't aware of it, then can we really enforce it and say you gave it to the wrong person if it's not in Municode? So just in trying to keep it with the agenda item.
That's a great question. There's still collaboration between city secretary's office and city attorney's office. So I don't want you to think that we're siloed at all. In fact, there's continuous communication between the take-in still is with city secretary. So we're not really changing that process.
Yeah.
It's more of a back of the office. How do we deal with this? And so it's the same way. We're not going to change as to the format and how do they change it. We're still going to process it through the window.
So the portal that somebody submits through today stays exactly the
It
same.
stays exactly the same.
Perfect.
Yeah. So we will be updating the websites, and as Ms. Ramirez had indicated, we do have a staff person that is 1 foot in the city attorney's office, 1 foot in the city secretary's office. So there's still that collaboration between the 2 departments.
Very good.
I would say it's more streamlined now because it usually ends up at the city attorney's office anyways for interpretation or clarification. So I would say that this has come from a streamlining of trying to get our public PIRs back to people quickly, before the 10 days.
This is a public hearing, so if there's anyone here that wishes to address the commission on this item, please step forward.
Close public hearing.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to close public hearing.
Motion to approve.
Wait,
The public hearing hasn't been closed yet.
Yeah, any further
It
discussion?
wasn't, they motioned.
If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, public hearing.
Motion to
closed.
approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Public hearing number 2, public hearing and action on first reading to adopt mid-year budget amendment ordinance number 2024-1741 to amend the fiscal year 2024 budget.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and Commissioners. Miguel Cavazos, the Budget Officer for the City of Brownsville. I'll be presenting the fiscal year 24 mid-year budget amendment. City of Brownsville has a financial policy that states that we should have a 90-day reserved fund balance, or as others mention it, as a rainy day. As of 9/30/2023, the city has 98 days reserved. The 8 days excess of policy will be utilized for the mid-year budget amendment, which consists of $3.2 million.
I would also say that this mid-budget amendment comes to you because when we passed the initial fiscal year budget 2024, we did agree that we would come through you through 2 budget amendments this fiscal year. This is the first of 2. The next one would possibly be August timeframe, and just this is our responsiveness to coming back to you and saying that, you know, there's a reserve fund, and so we want to be able to use that for operating costs and other costs that we need today.
Thank you. Yeah, so there's 3 reasons we come for a mid-year budget amendment. One reason would be to fund items that were requested in fiscal year 23 and weren't able to be funded. The second item is for unforeseen items that commissioners support. And the third item are for grants that were approved after the annual budget process. Out of the 3.2 million, 1.5 is items will be in the general fund, 200,000 will be in the event center fund, 100,000 would be in the airport fund, 672 would be in the public transit fund, 354,000 would be in the enterprise application fund, and 560,000 would be in the capital project fund. In the chart below, you'll see that 53% of the budget requests would be for fiscal year 23 requested items. 47% would be for the mid-year budget revisions. And the grant award is for 2.3 million, which consists in the general fund. Now, these 3 enterprise funds will be funded through the enterprise fund balances, which would be 200,000 for the golf center, 260 from the sports park fund balance, and 846,000 for the street and drainage.
So this slide demonstrates not only the deficits that we have in some of our enterprise funds, but also that we're also the recipients of a 2.3 grant award. And so we have to memorialize that in our budget.
So the following items are color coded. So the items that are gray are fiscal year 2023 requested items, which is total is of 702,000. The items colored green are for the mid-year revision, which is 674,000. For the event center, we have a 200,000 shortfall from fiscal year 2023. So in order to bring it back into black, we'll go ahead and fund that. For the airport, we'll be funding 100,000 for airport business recruitment for economic development. For public transit, we'll be funding a couple of trails, which would be the Southmost Nature Trail, the West Road Trail, the Morrison Montebello Trail, also with some local matches from the Lower Rio Grande Valley Development Council, as well as the RGV MPO. For the Enterprise Application Fund, we'll be funding software subscriptions for cybersecurity and some Adobe licenses.
So in the case of the trails, there are already commitments that we've made based on those, uh, recipients of the grants of TASAs or what have you. And so now we're paying for that matching fund.
Items in the capital project fund would be the auditing software for the city for 166,000 and some equipment and capital outlay for parks for 350,000. Now, the grants that were awarded, that were approved after the annual budget process was published, was 120,000 for public health and 2.2 million for the Brownsville Police Department. Now, these are the enterprise funds that will be using the fund balance from them. For the golf center, we'll be funding 200,000 for golf cart leases for 20 carts. These are the images that we currently have right now. For the sports park, we'll be funding field upgrades for these 2 fields, 60,000 for them. These are the current status of those fields. We will also be using the sports park to fund a turf field protection cover, which can also be utilized by the event center for special events. And for the street and drainage fund, we'll be using 846,000 from the fund balance to reappropriate funds for these previous projects and some of these streets. It's for base material.
Yes. I thought we already had a turf field cover.
Alan, you want to speak to that?
Yes, Commissioner, we do, but doesn't work real well. It's actually dangerous for our folks to use, and we don't use it as often as we should because it is dangerous. This one is much easier for staff to implement and get out there, and then it's also transportable. So we can take it to the event center, cover the carpet, so we can have car shows, we can have boat shows. We've been very limited on what we can do there because of the carpet. So we wanted to get something that was multi-purpose and help us have income generating events at both locations.
Good answer. Thank you.
Any other questions?
I have a question on the golf cart lease. I was at that meeting at Brownsville Country Club maybe about 2 months ago, or a month and a half, I don't remember when it was. And they spoke about the golf carts. Weren't they fairly new? And I think something that came out there was they need a maintenance person for the golf cart.
We had just received 16 carts that had been ordered before I arrived. That gave us a total of 26 carts that were working. And we had a bunch of what you saw there, what I would almost call carcasses, that we're going to get rid of. And you just approved 20 more at the last meeting for these leases that are being paid for here. That'll give us 46 usable carts. We probably need to invest in a few more, but we were way behind.
I think you need to get to at least 70.
Yeah, we're going to get there. We're going to get there, but
Now, are those
and we do need,
26 carts being used?
yes. Oh, our rounds are way up since we got the first round of carts in, and the other 20 are due any day. And that will help us do tournaments. I mean, just to have 30 carts, or 30 teams, you need 60 carts because you have to put 2 per cart. So we can't even have a full-size tournament right now. But those are what happened in the summer. So we definitely need to add more carts. This 20 gets us closer to where we need to be, and that we're going to put some more in next year's budget request.
Thank you. And then last question on cybersecurity. It seems like every year we're pouring about $500,000 into this.
Right,
Are we
because I
gonna-
think that's a multi-million-dollar kind of ongoing price tag that we cannot fund upfront. So we have to fund through time and as funding is available. But Jorge,
So what
Jorge,
percentage? Yeah, what percentage are we on that? Are we getting close? Because it seems like it's always here.
Yeah, so this is, last year we talked about a 3-year contract with is a license for the software that we have, which is CrowdStrike. That pretty much what it does is the antivirus. It protects our every endpoint, every computer that we have in the city. So it's a license that we have to pay annually. So last year I requested the funds and didn't get the funds. So this year we need to pay for that license again. So it's a 3-year contract. We pay one, we got 2 more years to go.
Since you're up here, and this kind of does have to do with cybersecurity as well, what about all these emails that get blocked out? I mean, we get emails that get blocked out, and sometimes we don't even know, right? If it's not somebody who actually calls after and says, hey, did you receive an email? We won't know. Are we fixing that issue?
I don't think it's an issue. That is our system, which is called Mimecast, right? So we have an email filter, which pretty much scans every email that comes through the system. And that system goes back to that company or whoever sent it. A lot of the emails that have been blocked is because they have an attachment that with a company that is sending that email attachment link that is not secure. Either they missing a security certificate on their end. So our system is identifying it as a threat. So now that doesn't mean the email can get blocked. That's why we get calls like, hey, I haven't received this email. So we log into our console and we can see that email. We can whitelist it as it comes in. However, it's a way of mitigating the risk. I know it's a little bit of a headache to the users. However, I think it's a must to have in our enterprise.
Yeah, well, I mean, I get the security part, but there was one point where I wasn't getting emails from anybody from Parks, which is internal, and I was not getting the emails. It also happened with that email from the White House. We didn't get an email from the White House. I'm pretty sure they have their certificates. So we just got to make sure that we tweak whatever we need to tweak so it doesn't block out like real concerns that we don't get.
Right. And we work with the White House. There was on their side, I can say, so we had to work with them together, and we were able to fix it. But we can definitely look into it and see what else we can do to improve the experience of the user.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Jorge, my email was shut down for weeks before you guys could repair it, and I have me.com. And I was not getting any kind of notices. People just weren't answering me. And I wondered what did I do to piss all these, to upset all these people that they weren't answering my email until someone figured out that my email were not being received. So mine was shut down for about 3 weeks before it was corrected, just FYI.
Okay. Now, I think that there's an issue that Carlos not work on, but we can.
Yeah, we do have to work on that. I mean, Commissioner, I know that was a couple of weeks or 3 weeks out that you experienced that. So just with new technologies, we also appreciate your feedback so we can be better at what we're doing. I will say, these threats are, in terms with government, they're something that's on the national and state level. That's why we're even having a workshop and panel on cybersecurity. But we understand with that, there's an adjustment period, and we also have to see, what can we tweak to make the user experience better, but while at the same time protecting ourselves. So it's a balance, but we do appreciate your feedback and in ways that we can do better. And also 65,000 of that amount of the total amount that was expended for EA also just went into Adobe licenses. So some things are just licenses that we have to pay. You have to understand that we also have a SELA, so as we get new permitting and more sophisticated software, there is a recurring yearly cost that we didn't have before, so.
Thank you.
One more. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Mine are on a different topic, so if you still are.
No, it's not on this.
I had 2 other questions. Thank you. Alan, on the golf carts, are any of the golf carts larger than 2 people? We had spoken, and not you and I, but some other folks.
Not at this time.
Because they could be used during special events like at the Midi Cultural District when handicapped people need to be moved from far away parking to an event.
Yeah, I think maybe in the next round we would look at that, but again, 46 isn't enough really for us to properly operate the golf center. So when we budget for next year, we'll ensure we order, maybe 4 that are for multiple people.
Because the cannery's coming online this year and parking is going to be an issue, and that's going to be one of the only ways that.
Yeah, we can add that to the next budget amendment in terms of getting 4-person.
We should probably look at that as an operating issue for the cannery and have it in that budget and store them over there rather than trying to bring them back and forth from the golf course. But,
That's fine. I've been asking
We can
for
definitely-
parking evaluation and
okay.
thank you. And my second question was about the softball field
Yes.
upgrades. What does that entail?
We're going to completely remove about 2 feet of dirt from 2 of the fields, get rid of it and put new dirt in. It needs to be a certain type of dirt with a certain mix for, partly for safety and for proper operation. These fields have never been changed out and the dirt needs to be changed out completely.
Are the sprinklers working?
Yeah, the sprinkler system, this is really just for the infield, removing all the dirt and putting new dirt in. It's about $30,000 a field.
Okay.
And we'll budget the other 3 fields next year.
Thank you.
For the event center, a shortfall of 200,000. Can you, whoever can get these numbers, can you all get us the numbers of how much the city spends, would spend on their own events if we
Sure.
were to rent from somebody else?
Yeah, we've been looking into that already, and just for this fiscal year from October 1 to the end of February, we calculated if the city had been paying for its use, it would have been $162,000. And we're looking back, trying to get a historical on that, but
Yeah, I think that's an important number for us to have.
Sure.
So they're really not short 100 at 200. They're short 40, basically.
this is from 23. This is
Okay.
from, that's not this year, but.
This is only for,
But
this is.
yeah, I mean, if it
This
were
is not
proportional,
this year.
maybe.
But that's an excellent point, Commissioner, because if we didn't have that asset and resource, we would be paying,
Somebody.
market value someone
Yep.
else. And that's an excellent point. And also we provide a discount for our nonprofits and, for certain types, y'all contribute. I think that should be kind of part of the calculation is how much does the city support? Talk about one city, our nonprofits and, our educational institutions. I think that we also need to give that calculation to show the city's support and all the wonderful organizations that have received this funding, like Crime Stoppers, for example, that help our PD solving crimes. We waive that fee, right? And so, or for a scholarship fund for our kids or whatever, waiving those fees. That's the city's contribution to that event. And that needs to be recognized. So we can go ahead and provide numbers. I think that's a good thing to do.
And what I want to assure you is that we want to keep providing that space for the city events like that. So we are looking at other strategies like the flooring to find events that we can bring in that will be paying so that we aren't being subsidized. We take that very seriously. But we also, as the city manager pointed out, we want to continue to support Red Ribbon Week and the other nonprofits that want to come in and use it and provide that discount to them. So their money is going toward their cause and not paying us. But we're going to strategize and we're going to figure out a way that those money-making events do pay it and do support it so it supports the rest of the community. That's our goal.
Thank you. And one last thing on the mid-budget, I did speak to engineering about it. VICC is not on that Country Club Road. He did mention that even if it were on, he doesn't have the time to get it done right now. So I did ask him to consider it for next, it's in 3 months, I believe. The next,
Yes,
5
sir,
months?
we can look at it. There's multiple requests. I would say, there's requests for TSCs, they're milling in our overlay roads. So, we will come back to you and say what we think we can fit with the schedule while we still have to meet as long as we meet our CDBG obligations and all those obligations, I think those are important. I think that always the strategy is the good thing is that you're approving material and the 862,000, I think it's material to do our own streets. So we can fit it in and also budget for it.
I understand that it has to fit and we have to do it, but if we're going to spend $200,000 on a tarp and we can't spend $136,000 on a street, well, maybe we need a shift. So let's just try to make it work. And I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, any other comments or questions from the commission? All right, this is a public hearing, so if there's anyone here that wishes to address the commission on this item, please step forward.
I'll move to close the public hearing.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to close public hearing. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries. We have a motion to adjourn
Second.
and a second. I'm sorry, to approve.
And a second.
Motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Thank you.
Public hearing number 3, public hearing and action on first reading on ordinance number 2024-1652-D, amending the Code of Ordinances, Chapter 94, Taxation, Article 2, ad valorem taxes, Division 2, exemptions, Section 94-57, historic sites, by repealing and replacing Section 94-57B, 2022 Historic Preservation Plan, Tax Abatement Program, with the 2024 Historic Preservation Plan Schedule A, Schedule B, Schedule C, and Schedule D, Tax Abatement Program, Planning and Redevelopment.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, Commissioners. The tax exemption program started in 1986 to encourage the preservation of historic structures. We have brought here a couple of examples. The La Seca first one that was leaning to the number street and has been recently rehabbed. And this other one that is the Serrata grocery and store and residence that also has been recently rehabbed. The Historic Preservation Commission is recommending to approve Schedule A with 101 properties that pose a taxable value of $20.5 million and a reduction on the general fund of $110,000. And Schedules B, C, and D, there are 15 properties, non-compliant properties with a taxable value of $2.7 million and an increase to the general fund of $13,000. As you can see, the properties are referred and explained in these slides. So I'll take any question that you may have.
Any questions or comments from the commission? Okay, this is a public hearing. If there's anyone here that wishes to address the commission on this item, please step forward.
I'll move to close the public hearing.
All right, we have a motion and a second to close public hearing. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
I'll move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Public hearing number 4, public hearing and action on first reading on ordinance number 235-2024-002 to rezone from agriculture AG to light industrial LI to allow light manufacturing and an office warehouse on a 10.13 acre tract out of the south portion of Block 81 in Jardín Subdivision, Share 32, Espiritu Santo Grant, Cameron County, Texas, located at 3858 South Brownie Avenue, Brownsville, Texas, 78521, as shown in Exhibit A, District 1, Planning and Redevelopment Department.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Commissioners. This request is to upzone from agriculture to light industrial. The proposed use, as mentioned, is light manufacturing and an office warehouse use. The property is fronting South Brownie Avenue. We do want to point out that this particular business has been operating without a certificate of occupancy. This is a 200-foot buffer map. There were 8 mailouts and 0 written opposition. And as you can see to the north of the property, there are single-family residences as well to the southeast of the property. Everything else is currently undeveloped. This is a zoning map. There's the agriculture zoning is what predominates. There's also the extraterritorial jurisdiction surrounding the property. And so the request isn't consistent with the comprehensive plan and future land use plan. P&Z, however, did recommend the approval to rezone from agriculture to light industrial. Any questions?
Do you know what they're currently doing there?
Manufacturing,
Like what?
metal works mostly.
Do they use large trucks to load and unload?
I believe so. There's a lot of welding operations. I believe they do welding components for SpaceX.
All right, this is a public hearing. If there's anyone else that wishes to address the commission on this item, please step forward this time. And please state your name for the record.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Ladi Cuellar. I represent Best Industries. This is a company that's been established for 5 years already. Basically, what they do is they do most of the work is for SpaceX. And everything materials they use in that property just to store materials there and being moved before commencing work at SpaceX. There's hardly any work done in the property, just minor weldings or whatever they need to do, but everything that they do is at SpaceX. And they basically, the need on these properties because they have 10 acres and they literally need more space, but at this point, this is what we're looking to work with. Questions?
Martin, you said that they were operating without a certificate. Is one of the requirements, if this moves forward, for them to be compliant with the city?
Well, they would have to do the corresponding improvements to the property in order to carry out a commercial/industrial use. So improvements such as complying with the landscaping requirements, parking, asphalt, paved areas, they wouldn't just be, let's say, an unimproved surface on which the work is performed. All of that would have to be complied with.
Basically, what we have already, we have a design already that we're going to have to comply with the city ordinance and with the building department. Of course, once it gets approved by you guys, we're going to start working on those construction documents.
Is there anyone else that wishes to address the commission on this item?
Move to close the public hearing.
Second. All right, we have a motion and a second to close public hearing. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Public hearing number 5, public hearing and action on first reading on ordinance number 235-2024-003 to rezone from residential single-family R1 to residential suburban R2 to allow a duplex for Lot 12, Block 2, Laguna Bonita Subdivision, Section 2, Cameron County, Texas, located at 100 Draper Drive, Brownsville, Texas 78521, as shown in Exhibit A, District 2.
So the current zoning of this property is residential single family. They're requesting to upzone to residential suburban for the purpose of being able to build a duplex on the property. The property is fronting Draper Drive. This is the year review. There were 22 mailouts, 0 written opposition. And throughout this subdivision, there are other duplexes that are scattered. There is actually one duplex 4 properties away. This is a zoning map. What predominates in the area is residential single family. And P&Z to recommend the approval to rezone from residential single family to residential suburban. Questions?
Martin, when you say there's another duplex 4 properties away, is that property on Draper? Is it the
Yes, it's
address
on Draper.
Draper Drive?
Yes, on Draper.
What's the address of that one?
I don't know the exact address, but it's on the image, the white roof looks sort of like an H shape. 4 properties to the north.
Okay. That's one.
There's a dual driveway.
Hang on. That's not a duplex. I know the family that lives there. That's the
Yeah.
single family.
Yeah, me
residence.
too.
That's Dylan's house.
Dylan's house.
No, that's not a duplex. That second driveway is for an RV. Yeah, so my concerns here, my first big one is that Draper, and I know there's a lot of duplexes in this neighborhood. I know some of those property owners, but not necessarily on Draper Drive. Draper is the main artery into and out of this neighborhood. Also, those lanes are not very wide. There's no curbs and gutters across the street from the homes on Draper. It's just a drainage ditch. There's no shoulders on Draper Drive, so there's not really room for cars to park on the street, and that's something we tend to see with a duplex. Additionally, in this display here, just across the street and slightly above that, that's an access point, from what I understand, to Hudson Elementary, and that there's a lot of traffic that now comes into this neighborhood already of people dropping off their kids to go to school so they can walk up those sidewalks to go to the school. So there's already a lot of traffic coming up and down, especially this section of Draper. Do we have, or do we know what the design is that's being proposed for this duplex?
We do have the representative here.
Because yeah, my concern is the standard driveway with two cars piggybacked on each other is not going to be sufficient for this location, given everything else. But I'd love to hear from property owner.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. My name is Basilio Gomez, and I'm here on behalf of the owner. There is a duplex, as soon as you enter the Draper Road, there's a duplex, brand new duplex that they're building right now.
At the corner.
At the corner.
Right.
Yeah, and if you go further into the subdivision, there's plenty of duplexes. We provided a site plan and a floor plan of the design. So we will be providing the required parking spaces, the landscaping, all the, the city requirements.
And I understand that, but to me, the required parking for a duplex anywhere else, especially in this neighborhood, I could understand that. And I see those cars are parking on the street.
Well,
But for that to happen here, to me, that would be very problematic because of the loading and unloading for the school. And because that's the main artery in and out of this neighborhood. That's what I'd like to see.
We're gonna be providing 2 parking spaces per unit, which is the city requires.
Yeah, and that's what the other duplexes have as well.
I mean, like I said, there's plenty of duplexes inside that subdivision.
Not between here and the corner. And that's my concern is in the other areas, we don't have the high traffic you have right here because this is a school drop off.
I mean, I'll be willing to show you the subdivision, the site plan, and I mean, any adjustments or anything that you want me to do, I'll be willing to.
Yeah, personally, I'd love to see it if you could accommodate more than just 2 parking spaces per unit on the property. Because I think it'll be a problem even for anybody who lives there. I think it would be a problem for them as well because of the traffic right there in front of them.
That's no problem. I mean, we got plenty of area parking, to do it. Maybe 3 parking spaces per unit. That wouldn't be a problem.
Very good.
I also share the same concerns with Commissioner De Los Santos. I have personally walked around all that area. A lot of cars do park. They like to walk during the evening, so they utilize that walking space. And I know it's dirt around the area, which is another complaint that I have received, but you'll get an excessive amount of cars there. It is a curve. It is pretty small. My concern is that 2 parking lots, 2 cars per housing may not be enough because we see families that drive 4 or 5 vehicles. And so you're gonna have 8 to 10 vehicles on the lot, which is a huge concern, especially on that curve that can be a blind spot to the incoming traffic. And it's also a beautiful property, right? With the resaca around there. And those are my only concerns, safety.
Yeah, like I said, we are willing to provide 3 parking spaces per unit. Also, as required by the city ordinance, we are providing a sidewalk in front of the property. So that's part of the, city's requirements that we're gonna have to provide, and we will provide.
Mr. Gomez, how many rooms?
I think it's a 3-bedroom, 2-bath.
Thank you.
Each unit will be 3-bedroom, 2-bath?
I believe so, yeah. But if I remember correctly.
Okay, this is a public hearing. If there's anyone else that wishes to address the commission on this item, please step forward.
Move to close public hearing, Mayor.
All right, we have a motion to close public hearing
Second.
and a second. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Listening to the other, to Commissioner De Los Santos and Commissioner Macias, would 3 parking spots on each be sufficient for you all?
I think I'd be satisfied with it, and I would encourage for the property owner also, because I think that's something else you can do is when you rent, and we can't require you to do this, but I would tell your tenant, you're limited to so many vehicles. Because I really think if we start to see street parking right here, there's going to be accidents. And this is a family neighborhood, and with the kids right there, we don't want that problem. But I would be satisfied if they increased it to 3 per unit.
And street parking then prevents anyone who wants to be on a bicycle from
Mhm.
getting through that space. So it makes it unsafe for lots of reasons.
I move to approve with the condition of 3 parking spots per duplex.
So just to clarify, we cannot condition zoning cases. What staff can do is convert this into, let's say, a specific use permit to where you can actually condition it, and it will be presented in the second reading as a specific use permit. That way, it'll have the condition that you are proposing.
Okay, we just won't hold it up, I guess, right, till it comes
Right.
here?
You good with that, council?
Yes, I was going to suggest PD or a specific use permit.
I'll second the motion.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion?
Yeah, what was the motion?
To approve it with 3 parking spots instead of 2.
No. Is that the motion? Can we approve that motion?
Yes, yes.
To do three parking spots?
Yes,
Okay.
like I said, we'll just present it when it's a consent item as a specific use permit.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Public hearing number 6, public hearing and action on first reading on ordinance number 235-2024-004-S to request a specific use permit in a commercial corridor CC zoning designation to allow an event center for lots 2-4, block 1, Brownsville Tierra Verde Subdivision, Cameron County, Texas, located at 185 Billy Mitchell Boulevard, Brownsville, Texas 78521, as shown in Exhibit A, District 1.
So the request of the applicant is to get a specific use permit for an event center. The current zoning of the property is commercial corridor. This property is fronting Billy Mitchell Boulevard, and if this were to be approved, there would be a condition that, or requirement by the ordinance that they must comply with, which is sound mitigation measures and interior finish on materials such as acoustic tiles or other approved sound dampening insulators shall be installed to prevent any noise complaints. This is a 200-foot aerial map. There were 10 mailouts and 0 written opposition. This is a zoning map. There is commercial corridor to the east and residential estate to the west. And P&Z to recommend the approval of the specific use permit to allow an event center in commercial corridor, taking into consideration the condition for sound mitigation.
Martin, how big is the building, square feet?
I believe it's close to 6,000 square feet.
And how many parking spaces would that require?
I believe it's 1 parking space per 4 seats. So it'll be based on the occupancy of the building.
Does that make them compliant? It seems like a very small parking lot for an event center.
They were proposing, I believe, sufficient parking. And I don't think the entire thing is going to be used as an event center. The occupancy calculation is based only on the areas of congregation, not on the gross square footage of the building. So like kitchens, storage areas, and bathrooms, they're not considered as a part of the occupancy load.
So the SUP should probably include a maximum occupancy based on parking spaces to meet our parking requirement.
Yes.
So
Like-
so you're gonna have to dictate in the SUP, if there's so many number of seats per parking space, then you do the inverse calculation and say, this is the maximum occupancy you could have for the SUP. So that we don't get into the situation where they're not meeting parking requirements. And also you have to look at handicap parking too.
And
So
that
that
concern
probably should be,
leads to
to
also
Commissioner's point.
when
we should
there's
probably
no
limit that.
parking on the property, they start parking on the street. And you have both a curb and a Y section on both ends of that property. So just making sure we don't over capacity where we're gonna have cars now on the street. We need to
Okay.
make sure of that.
Noted.
All right, this is a public hearing. If there's anyone here that wishes to address the commission on this item, please step forward.
I'll move to close the public hearing.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to close public hearing. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Move to approve with the condition that it needs to comply with the parking.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Public hearing number 7, public hearing and action on first reading on ordinance number 235-2024-005-PD to rezone from agriculture AG to residential suburban R2 to allow a duplex development with a planned development district PDD prohibiting access through Abelardo Drive for a 32.43 acre tract consisting of 32.41 acres out of Block 9, J.C. Bennett Subdivision, and 0.02 acres being all of Reserve Number 1, Abelardo Estates Subdivision, Cameron County, Texas, located on Abrego Road, Brownsville, Texas, 78520, as shown in Exhibit A, District 3.
So this request is to rezone the property and establish a planned development district to allow a duplex development. So the current zoning of this property is agriculture. It will be upzoned to residential suburban, and the PDD will condition it to prohibit access through Abelardo Drive. The property is fronting Abrego Road, and to provide some background, this item was presented at the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting on September 7th, 2023, as a single-family residential development. They were proposing at the time access through Abelardo Drive, and this item was denied at that same meeting by the Planning and Zoning Commission. Afterwards, the applicant appealed on September 14th of last year, and then this item was presented to City Commission on October 3rd. And so the commission at the time denied the item due to the concerns expressed by neighboring residents. And it was denied, and just to point out that the same petition could not be made for 1 year. Now they're coming back with a different petition. In this case, it would be the R2 instead of the R1. And it would be for this entire parcel, but prohibiting the access through Abelardo Drive. And so based on the 200-foot map, there were 10 mail-outs and 0 written opposition. However, there were concerns at the Planning and Zoning Commission, again, expressing their desire to physically barricade the access through Abelardo Drive. This is a zoning map. What predominates in the area is agriculture. There's residential estate to the south, which is where Abelardo Estate Subdivision is. And so P&Z did recommend the approval to rezone from agriculture to residential suburban with the condition that access is prohibited through Abelardo Drive. The Planning and Zoning Commission also requested the requirement of the installation of a physical barrier at the end of Abelardo Drive to guarantee the prohibition of access through the property. Any
I
questions?
think it would also be good for engineering department. Do you have any concerns regarding a blocked access that ends in the cul-de-sac? I don't know if the engineering department has reviewed this request, so in terms of public safety and access to these properties?
Subdivision to the south, Abelardo State, they want there, so that they won't continue the road.
We have not reviewed this particular plan submitted. On the blocking of the access, we through the plat, I don't think they'd be allowed to block the access as part of this development. Yeah, we don't have any right-of-way that would, or they don't own any property that would allow them to block this property from accessing Abelardo Road. It is all public right-of-way at this time.
We run into the same issue that we denied before.
Yes.
Right. Thank you.
With different density, I'm assuming.
Do we have the design of what would be built in?
We do not. It's not a requirement for this process.
Because I would think, I mean, I've got two concerns here. One would be ensuring that people are not going to be cutting through a grassy area to get onto Abelardo Road. That would be my first concern. My second concern is is it Abrego? What does that look like today? Is that still really just a dirt road?
Well, once he plat the property, they would have to make the corresponding improvements to provide access to their development.
Now, they're not gonna go through Obregón, so they wouldn't be responsible for Obregón.
Well, they're gonna be using Abrego. Because of the condition that was placed through the PDD, they spoke to the neighbors trying to address their concerns.
Abrego, yes, not
Not Abelardo.
Abelardo is the one to the south.
So they would have to fix what they're gonna use.
Right, so they're gonna be using Abrego, that's what they would have to improve up to their development to provide adequate and improved access.
So it's been clarified, the property owners can block it. The right-of-way does not extend up to the property line. So therefore, they would have to improve Abrego Road in order to obtain access to the property.
And then they could put something at the bottom of the property then to block
it off.
Anybody from trying to get to Abelardo.
Yes.
Okay. And if our approval today has that requirement in it, then any plans that get submitted to you guys for approval would have to comply.
Correct.
Physical barrier being a 6-foot fence, I mean, there's different, it doesn't have to be a traffic barrier because it is a cul-de-sac.
Oh yeah, I'm even thinking with your development, you could build it so that the way the roads come in, you've got the back of a house or the back of a duplex there, if these are going to be duplexes. So you definitely can't drive through that. I just don't know how it's going to be platted and laid out. And let me ask that question, I guess, from that perspective. If they design it in a way that there's a home or a duplex that's going to have its back towards that cul-de-sac, would that meet the standard? You're not going to require that, well, no, this area just has to have a barrier of some sort, but you can't put a house here.
Yeah, it could be the design, the layout of the subdivision would provide that barrier to access to Abelardo.
Abelardo.
Yeah, that one.
Very good.
And it would also require a solid fence along
Right.
that property line.
Okay.
I have a question. What barrier, like a physical barrier could be what? Fence? Like what are the options for physical barrier?
So typically on something like this, since it's a dead-end road, you have a cul-de-sac, we would probably put bollards or a guardrail like you would on any other state road that you see. That's the most common type of barrier that you would put at the end of a cul-de-sac. Since it's not technical, I mean, it is a dead end, but you have an area to turn around.
And it would just be to the cul-de-sac? It wouldn't be like a whole fence? I mean, Because we had a property owner, you see that little part that's carved out there in the corner? We had that property owner here at our hearing in October, that lived in that little, you see that little cutout?
Yes.
And they can access, the property on that side, right? And so with the other road,
So there's currently,
Abrego.
there's
Those
currently,
three trees are before.
right, that small cutout on the southwest corner of the property, the way they access is through a small dirt road that's perpendicular to Abrego. That is designated as April Lane. It's currently in the,
yes. So they access it from the side, right? But what I'm saying is, if you put the barrier at the cul-de-sac, what's to stop people in that property to use that same road, go through that person's house to access Abelardo Road? Could that be possible?
yeah, they would be going through private property.
Well, I get it, but it's still a possibility, right? That we have that property owner here upset that people are going through their private
Perhaps-
property.
Perhaps you create some sort of buffer area between the cul-de-sac and with trees or vegetation or something where.
No, it's not the
someone wouldn't be able to do
cul-de-sac.
that.
It's that there's another entrance that they would have to go to.
Oh, okay.
You get what I'm saying from the side? Because
Oh.
that owner was actually here saying, if you build it, they're gonna go through my property, not just the cul-de-sac. Like, even if we didn't continue,
It's a right.
right?
Right.
So even if we put a barrier at the cul-de-sac, I'm saying there might be still access if they go through somebody's property, just because it's an easier access to 511 than to go all the way around.
Are the, do you have a plan? I imagine you all, can I ask them a question?
Sure.
Will you all have a fence around the whole subdivision or?
Yes, my name is Pedro Aldacua. I'm one of the developers of this project. We have talked to the neighbors, and some of them are here. Their main concern in this happened, I'm not the same developer that presented this last time that was denied. That was a different group of people. So we understand their concern, and we are not using Abelardo Road to access the property. The property is going to be accessed through Abrego, which is the access to Cajun Farms and all those subdivisions over there. And to Mr. Villarreal's concern, I think he's talking about that little corner on the lower left side. That's only, that's correct. Yeah, there's two trailer homes there. I've spoken to the neighbors. They access that through a dirt road called April Lane. Now that road, it sits within the property that we have purchased. And we have talked to the city, and what we're gonna do, we're gonna dedicate half of the street. Mr. Vegas told us that the street has to be the April Lane.
Well, April Lane is a collector, so it would have to be 80 feet.
So we're gonna dedicate 40 feet within our project, and then the neighbor's gonna do 40 foot. And that's gonna be the access to the neighbors. But the neighbors that live there, which is only two trailer homes, that's gonna be access just to them. After you hit their private property, there's nowhere else you can continue on. So the people that live in the Abelardo community, they're gonna use their Abelardo Road to their homes, and they're gonna stop at the cul-de-sac, and there's no gonna be a continuation. And the people that live on the little corner, they're gonna use the new and paved dedicated street that we're gonna do to their property. It's only for their use. And there's not gonna be a continuation to 511, there's no other way. So just to put in perspective, just because we know the property very well, because we've been there, and to give you a picture, Abelardo Road will continue to their own little private Abelardo Road to their homes. They're gonna not only have a physical barrier that Mr. Dolo Garcia explained, we're gonna put a residential lot right underneath, which is gonna be a wooden fence. So you're gonna have like a physical barrier and a wooden fence and a private lot. So nobody can continue on Abelardo Road because you'll be going into private property and running into a fence. So that takes away the possibility of entering the new subdivision. And I don't know if I've answered Mr. Villarreal's concern, but the new April Lane that accesses that is gonna be a street that gives access to that little, we call it a little ranch because it's beautiful, full of trees and everything. It's going to access them, and then it's going to have a lot of access to the new subdivision. I don't know if that's clear enough.
It does answer. For
Okay.
me. Thank you.
So this is a PDD, and this can be included within the PDD guidelines?
What is?
To ensure that no accesses and everything that the gentleman just explained, he would do.
Oh, yes, we are including it in the
I
provision.
think it's on there, right?
Yes,
Okay.
it is.
I do know, Mayor, that you have many people who want to speak about, so. I don't know if anybody else has that.
So this is a public hearing, so if there's anyone else that wishes to address the commission at this time, please step forward and state your name.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Maribel Martinez, and I am one of the owners there on Abelardo Drive. And I totally understand what they're explaining about that little corner over there. But what we're concerned about is that right now they tell us, oh yeah, we're gonna put a fence. There's no way anybody's gonna come in. But guess what? Later on in life, when some of us on that street pass away, we're gonna have to be coming back again because somehow or another, they're gonna find a way to make a road that's gonna come into Abelardo. And that road, Abelardo, has a cul-de-sac, and yes, no one should be going through there, and that I know of, no one has gone through there because there's like a little ditch or something. But we just wanna be sure that maybe the new owners that are gonna build, if they do build, that they put up a fence or a wall or something before they even start the construction, just to assure us that they're not gonna make a little street or a little paved little road. And you know what happens? It's like whenever you go anywhere to a park, a good example is Washington Park. You go to Sombrero Festival, people have created their own little trails, and everybody follows that little trail, and by the time you know it, it becomes a little paved little trail. So we just wanna be sure that we have something in writing that is going to prevent anybody from going in there. You know, and I do understand about the family that lives there in that little corner. I think it's with April Lane, or it's not even paved, because they were complaining the last time that they've never paved it. It's always muddy and they have a hard time. But if they do pave it, then believe it or not, people will find a way to make it a shortcut, like what you all were saying, that to get to 511 faster. So we just need something in writing saying, hey, we're gonna do this, we're gonna fence it, we're gonna put a barricade, a cement wall, something just to guarantee us that. Thank you.
Buenas tardes. Me da mucho gusto ver aquí al alcalde de la ciudad y saludar.
Señora, su nombre, por favor.
Mi nombre es Olga Longoria.
Gracias. Buenas tardes.
Gracias. Mire, yo soy residente de Abelardo Estates. Tengo 40 años de vivir ahí. Cuando llegué era condado. Okay. Yo conozco la situación de la gravedad de Abelardo Estates. Las parcelas agrícolas que están alrededor de mí las sembraba mi cuñado. Todas las parcelas. Y nosotros conocemos la situación de la gravedad. Mire, si entran por la calle April, ¿verdad? Que así se registró, es en la parte trasera de las zonas agrícolas. Si llegan a pavimentar, ¿verdad? Aquí veo que el señor, ¿verdad? En realidad no está enterado de cómo está la situación ahí. Por ejemplo, que la llegan a pavimentar y la llegan a sacar esa calle hasta el 511, van a traspasar a Abelardo, porque hay una intersección a mitad de Abelardo, ¿verdad? Que por la parte trasera pueden salir de esta nueva zona por la parte trasera y cruzar en el área del medio y salen por donde vivimos. Aquí está grave la situación. No estoy en desacuerdo, ¿verdad?, de que que la clasificación, ¿verdad?, que lo pase, ¿verdad? El problema que vamos a tener nosotros es que si le dan altura a este proyecto, nos vamos a acabar de inundar, porque Abelardo se inunda. Y si le dan que ese proyecto que plantean ellos y le dan altura, porque ya lo hicieron enfrente de nosotros, que le dieron altura, nos vamos a acabar de inundar, porque aquí se inunda muy feo. Y mire, de la comunidad de Abelardo Estates, me pidieron de favor, para que lo escuchara el señor alcalde o todas las personas, asesores, ¿verdad? Ella manda decir, el proyecto Nuestra Subdivisión no cuenta con drenaje pluvial adecuado, pues en tiempo de lluvia algunos vecinos, ¿verdad? Y yo, se inundan nuestras propiedades, incluso sus hogares, hasta sus hogares, a causa del escurrimiento de la propiedad agrícola, que eso se encuentra al oeste de la subdivisión. Aunando a esto la calle de acceso no cuenta con un buen fundamento y se daña fácilmente. Y si se le agrega más carga vehicular, se dañará completamente. El drenaje sanitario se hizo pensando en el número de vecindades que existen. No sabemos el diámetro de tubería que se instaló será el adecuado para la cantidad de aguas residuales que genera el nuevo desarrollo habitacional. Por eso les hablé de esto, de la gravedad de nosotros. Nosotros tenemos 15 años de hacer CIRIT, hemos aplicado para beneficio de la ciudad, hemos sido marginados, ¿verdad? Y aún así hemos sobrevivido tranquilamente, ¿verdad? Ahí como podemos, ¿verdad? Con las nuevas generaciones que han estado llegando, ¿verdad? Que son las que nos apoyan y que nos protegen, ¿verdad? Que pues hay muchas personas que trabajan con el gobierno, ¿verdad? Como son policías, sheriff, ¿verdad? Ellos son nuestros protectores. Ellos no van a permitir un vandolismo ahí. Por eso nos sintemos seguros, ¿verdad? Porque son nuestros hijos. Inclusive la señora que acaba de hablar, su hijo es casta, ¿me entiende? La señora que acaba de hablar. Entonces, más que pues ella no lo menciona, ¿verdad? Siente el orgullo cuando alguien se lo dice. Nosotros lo que queremos dejar a futuro es tranquilidad a quienes vamos a heredar. Y yo se lo pido al alcalde de la ciudad, ¿verdad? Por favor, porque ya hemos hecho varias peticiones y no se nos han llegado los beneficios. Los beneficios que tenemos es nada más porque nosotros hemos levantado firmas, que es el drenaje que no es de la ciudad. El agua que no es de la ciudad, ¿me entiendes? En el bill nos cobran, el otro día me fijé y dije, oye, ¿por qué me están cobrando $7? Dice, no, es para embellecer la ciudad. Y le dije, pues, y nosotros aquí no tenemos ni banquetas, ni lámparas, ni nada, ni hemos visto la barrendera por aquí. Y estamos pagando también. Eso poquito a nosotros, a nuestra edad, nos afecta el bolsillo, ¿verdad? Y pues a veces pensamos que pues, siempre seguimos siendo condado porque no tenemos ningún beneficio de la ciudad, ¿me entiende? Y con estos proyectos que se avecinan, la situación para nosotros no mejora, empeora. Señor alcalde, yo le pido, de verdad, tengo 40 años de vivir ahí y quiero partir, ¿me entiendes? Gozando Abelardo Estates. La comunidad es muy generosa, muy buena, muy protectora y se lo pido, porque la vez pasada yo entregué un documento de todas las firmas de la comunidad aquí. No sé si ese llegó a obras públicas, si ya está archivado, ya estamos en lista de espera, que haya un aliciente. Ahora, para terminar, les voy a decir a las personas estas que piensan construir ahí, si van a hacer una barda de contención, que lo hagan antes de empezar el proyecto. Y que sea una barda segura, de metal, ¿verdad? Y que ya nosotros nos encargaremos de bloquear las áreas por donde puedan entrar, si la ciudad lo permite, porque si no, no lo permite, al final no nos va a dar buenos resultados. Y yo les pido, ¿verdad? De veramente de corazón, que si esto se lleva a cabo, va a quedar plasmado en los corazones de Abelardo Estates. Que por favor se enfoquen y que ya lleguen los beneficios. Así se lo pido, señor alcalde.
Sí, señora.
Sí. Es su servidora Olga Longoria. A todos ustedes, si quieren conectarse conmigo como lo hacía el comisionado Carlos Cascos en sus tiempos, que era el del condado, él siempre me decía, señora Longoria, reúnanse todos. Usted se hace el cafecito y yo me llevo el pan y ahí disfrutamos de un buen rato. La humildad ha existido siempre en nuestra área y eso nos hace fuerte de corazón. Muchas gracias por haberme escuchado y espero en Dios ver resultados prontos. Y sobre todo esa barda de contención que es en la parte trasera, es un derén, es un círculo que entra y sale. Por eso compramos ahí, porque sabíamos que eran los únicos. Mira, yo entiendo que en estas etapas pues, hay mucho desarrollo habitacional, ¿verdad? No estoy en desacuerdo. Muchas gracias. Dios los bendiga a todos.
Gracias. Martina, I have a question. In regards to the flooding concerns that the residents have at Abelardo Estates, is there anything that we can do to address those concerns?
So part of the site plan requirements for the development is that they comply with our latest development code for drainage. So we will, once they submit the plans, we will review them to make sure that it is in compliance. And the runoff that is currently going into the development, if any, will be less than what is, once it's developed.
The runoff is towards the front.
That's what, I don't have the plans, so we don't know what they're
No, I
gonna
mean,
do
once
with it.
when they were to build, they would have to go towards the front, not towards the neighbors behind them, right?
So there's a ditch that runs through their property. It's very likely, knowing the topography of the area, that they're gonna drain to the ditch, which is running through the property. And that ditch does run south towards FM 511. But that ditch, we maintained it about 2 years ago, about October of 2022. So we're very familiar with the drainage, but in reference to that development itself, they will have less runoff going into the ditch than what they currently do, not being developed based on our ordinances.
Thank you.
In terms of, if this were to be approved, and can we require them to construct the barrier prior to construction?
If you decide to condition it as part of your, as part of the plan development,
Yes, you can. It's a plan development. It's a PDD, which means that it has special restrictions or special development standards that are applicable to this department, this area versus other areas. That's the difference between just straight zoning, which, you know, is kind of already identified, and to a PDD. A PDD makes it special. It makes special requirements for a special development area.
And can we require the type of materials used for that barrier?
Yes. In the PD, you can.
Thank you. All right, this is a public hearing. If there's anyone else that wishes to address the commission on this item, please step forward and state your name.
Yeah, good evening. My name is Samuel Luna. I live in that subdivision myself. And according to this, there's a ditch running all the way from the beginning of the property, their property all the way over here, and then it runs right behind my house. That's the drainage that goes all the way to 511. And the deal is that, like the lady said, it does flood. Luckily, we haven't had a lot of rains, but when a hurricane comes, forget about it. You know, we're deep in water. The thing is, there always gonna be some way to get into that street, right? If they don't put the barriers first, guess what? The damn truckers or the whatever contractor or whatever, they're gonna go through it. Regardless, why? They're gonna save money. 511's right there. Why go all the way over here, right? So if you guys could do something, the city, that demands that realm and make that dish that, or maybe the city could do it, make it deeper, wider, That way the water will run through. Right now, it's barely holding a ditch because a car can go through there. A truck can go through there. If you guys could do that, a big old ditch, big old burials and a fence and true, and April Lane, that one, we need to put a burial because they're gonna find a way in. If you guys could demand it and making sure that that's done before they even consider making some houses or streets or whatever comes first, plumbing, whatever. Before, of course, the city needs to grow and it's growing, right? We're not against that, but we want our protection first before anything happens. And I appreciate it very much. Mr. Los Santos, since you're the commissioner and everybody else, appreciate it. Okay? A lot of money, a lot of taxes we pay. If you guys could do that for us, we're not even asking for sidewalks, not even asking for lights, because we ain't got no lights. No sidewalks, no lights. Luckily, we had the fire hydrants put on about 5 years ago. I mean, can you guys make that ditch more accessible for the water to come out, any type of floods, and block the other street so that it won't come in? And you just are only little narrow street, because it's narrow. And whenever you guys get around over there, you guys are more than welcome to see what I'm talking about. And of course, the apartments now and the school buses, they go in there on Belardo Drive. It's not even wide enough for the school bus to make a turn to go in. And to go out is the same thing. So we got a lot of problems, but this one's gonna be a major one if they go through our street. That's all I gotta say. I hope you guys understand our situation and be more, we're being there. We went over there because it was peaceful, quiet, but the city grew around us. It's growing around us. So I appreciate it very much. Have a good evening.
So in terms of the ditch, who's the responsible party to maintain that?
City of Brownsville.
City of Brown.
It's our ditch.
Any objection to deepening it?
We're limited by the groundwater.
Okay.
But I mean, the right of way is big enough to widen it. We can definitely consider that in the future. Now.
Thank you, sir.
If there's no one else in the public who hasn't commented yet, I'll move to close the public hearing.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Public hearing now closed.
I'll make the motion to approve with the restrictions as discussed. One, that there be a physical barrier, that it be masonry, and that it be one of the first structures erected as the development happens. And of course, that'll be required in the plans. Two, that by design, the layout of what's going to be developed places a residential unit in place as well to preclude access, because a wall can be knocked down at any time. But if you've got a house there and in that backyard, that's where the wall is, then I think those residents in Abelardo are going to be protected long-term. That would be my motion.
Second.
Wait, I have a question.
Okay.
May I ask?
Yes.
So you said one of the first structures. Are you sure you want to say one of the first structures and not the first structure?
I'll amend to say the.
I'll second again.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Motion carries.
Public hearing number 8. Public hearing and action on first reading on ordinance number 235-2024-007-S to request a specific use permit in a commercial corridor CC zoning designation to allow an event center for 2,600 square feet out of Block 51, Los Ebanos Property Subdivision, Share 22, Espiritu Santo Grant, Cameron County, Texas, located at 1905 East Los Ebanos Boulevard, Brownsville, Texas, 78521, as shown in Exhibit A, District 3.
So this request again is to get a specific use permit to allow an event center in the commercial corridor zoning. This property is fronting East Los Alamos Boulevard, and it would be subject to the same condition as the item that was previously presented for some mitigation purposes. There were 6 mailouts and 0 written opposition. However, there were concerns expressed at the Planning and Zoning Commission related to noise. This is the zoning map. The zoning that predominates is commercial corridor. There's some traditional neighborhood corridor to the east as well. And P&Z did recommend the approval of the specific use permit to allow an event center in commercial corridor.
Any questions or comments from the commission?
That 2,600, I'm assuming that's gross and not the space that's going to be occupied by attendees?
It's the area of the suite that they will be renting out of this particular structure.
Because to me, this one looks like it has even less parking than the other one we just considered, far less. And how many units are there? Is it 3?
I believe there's 3.
Is it legal to park on Los Ebanos there? I don't think it is, but I just want to make sure of that. Do we know?
I believe it's not, it wouldn't be allowed. However, just to address concerns and based on the comments provided by the applicant, they mentioned at the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting that they have some sort of contract with Central Bolt where they will be using their parking space to accommodate parking during events.
I think I would consider that as overflow parking. I would still want them to be at least in compliance with the square ratio to each parking.
Well, the code is flexible to say, okay, well, you're required to have X amount of parking, and it's up to the developer or the applicant to figure out how they're going to accomplish that, whether it be all of it on site or having some sort of contract or agreement with an adjacent property to accommodate that parking.
All right, this is a public hearing. If there's anyone here that wishes to address the commission on this item, please step forward. Good evening. Please step forward and state your name.
Buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes.
Mi nombre es Herminia Savis Castro. Mi proyecto es un salón de eventos. Una de las cosas importantes que vimos mi esposo y yo después de buscar diferentes locaciones aquí en nuestra ciudad de Brownsville para poner nuestro negocio, ¿verdad? Fue que el lugar es un alto nivel de transitado, ¿verdad? Estamos enfrente del freeway y otra de las cosas importantes que tomamos en cuenta al momento de conocer el lugar por dentro, es que la locación es de cemento, es de block. Entonces esto nos va a ayudar al ruido. Otra de las cosas importantes es que nos ayuda al ruido, al fuego, todo eso. Nuestros eventos, tenemos estacionamiento, nuestra locación va a ser entre 50 y 60 personas para baby shower, despedidas de soltera, reuniones familiares, ¿verdad? Contamos con estacionamiento, nuestros horarios no van a ser a altas horas de la noche, vamos a tener unos horarios para trabajar, van a ser regularmente fin de semana, lo cual no distribuye a la suite A y a la suite C. ¿Por qué? Porque nuestros horarios van a ser después de sus horas de trabajo, ¿verdad? Y vuelvo a remarcar, van a ser fin de semana, van a ser horarios familiares y para ayudar mejor dar mejor servicio a nuestra comunidad en sus eventos. Gracias.
Una pregunta, por favor. Veo que sí tienen mucho espacio todavía. Si llegamos al punto donde están teniendo muchos eventos ahí y es por necesidad, ¿es posible que ustedes pueden construir otro estacionamiento ahí en su propiedad?
No es mi propiedad, rento la propiedad, pero la dueña sí está dispuesta a construir más estacionamiento y por el momento, para empezar a trabajar, platicamos con los señores Rodríguez, que son los dueños del Ball Center que está en la esquina. Ellos nos van a prestar su estacionamiento, pues tampoco les influye porque sus horarios son antes que nosotros.
Muy bien, gracias.
Hello, my name is Horacio Castro. I'm the spouse of Herminia Castro that we're applying for the permit. I just want to put it out there that the space is actually 2,600 square feet. Of those 2,600 square feet, we're actually only going to use 1,600 for the actual event center. The rest of the space is going to be for storage. The kitchen is going to put the restrooms, obviously the rest of the stuff. Currently, the location does have 20 parking spots with 2 handicap. I know it kind of looks like they're. Once we work on it, we're going to actually mark them properly so that way they're all there. But there are 20 locations at that spot and with 2 handicaps. And like my wife mentioned, we are in negotiation with Central Bowl. We do have a verbal agreement. We're going to work on a contract with them to also use for overflow with Central Bowl. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Anyone else that wishes to address the commission on this item?
I'll second. Just a quick question for Martin. When we're talking about the parking requirements as per ordinance, is it just the on-site parking that counts towards that? Or does an off-site parking agreement across the street also contribute to that?
The off-site parking agreement also counts.
Very good. Thank you. I'll second the motion.
All right, we have a motion and a second to close public hearing. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, public hearing now closed. I'll entertain a motion on this item.
Move to approve.
All right, we have a motion to approve and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Public hearing number 9, public hearing and action on first reading on ordinance 2024-235.105 to amend the Unified Development Code, UDC, Section 4.4.3D, Commercial Uses, Auto-Related Sales and Service, by incorporating provisions for car washes and related uses and dealing with related matters as shown in Exhibit A.
So as mentioned, this is a text amendment to the UDC, specifically the section of the permitted use charge, which deals with commercial uses and auto-related sales and service. The purpose is to promote water conservation and address current drought conditions. This particular amendment will limit or establish the limitation of high water consumption uses such as car washes. It will establish a 5-mile land spacing requirement between these existing establishments and require the installation of water recycling systems to mitigate that use of fresh water. So the applicability will be for all new vehicle wash related uses. And this is just a slide provided by PUB. Currently, we are in stage 2 of the drought response stages. And as additional information also provided by PUB, there are 31 active car washes in the city of Brownsville. And this data was presented or gathered by PUB a little bit before we created the map that will be on the next slide. There's actually 34 right now in the city. At the time, there were 31. 6 of those use or have a water reuse system, and 25 do not.
Martin, before we leave that slide, just a quick question. That number, does that include some that have been around forever where it's just the stalls and you go in with the gun and do it yourself? Or is this the fully automated ones?
I believe it includes all of them.
Okay, thank you.
And so the existing provision within the UDC states that a car wash is permitted in the commercial corridor, regional center, light industrial, and traditional neighborhood corridor districts. And it doesn't have any limitations in when it comes to land spacing, or does not require reuse systems to be installed. This is the proposed amendment to the text. And so basically, it's the exact same provisions, except that it establishes a 5-mile land spacing requirement and the use of water reuse systems. We decided to add truck wash because it's a very similar use, and it's, even though it's not a use that's within the city, there have been inquiries that have reached our office for this type of use. So we just decided to include it.
Another question here, because I noticed that for truck wash, it has 10 queue spaces and where car wash only has 5. And I would think a truck wash would be taking up a lot more space. Does that mean if a location does not have 10 queue spaces, it flies under the radar of this?
No. This is just parking ratios. The parking is not a, let's say, requirement or a prerequisite for this provision to be enforced.
Very good, thank you.
And so all these red dots are the existing car washes within the city, and we're basically showing the 5-foot-mile radius around each use, which would eliminate the opportunity of any new car washes. And this is just the combined area that would be covered under the proposed provisions.
One more, plain devil's advocate. If I were going to open a business that did auto detailing, and I'm like doing hand washing and detailing the inside of the car, is that considered a car wash?
We do not have it as part of this use. It could be incorporated if you like, if the commission would desire, given that it's a different business model oriented more toward to other methods of cleaning as per research that has been done.
Now, I like the idea of moving this one forward, but let's think if there's anything we missed, we can come back and revisit those. But I don't want to hold this one up, so I like this.
So when you say that,
Sorry.
25 do not have recycling facilities or of the reusing the water, if it is an existing car wash that does not, are they required to put it in, or what happens there?
No, we wouldn't go back and enforce or make it retroactive. And that's another thing that we wanted to mention to the commission. All the new, because there's car washes right now that are being built that are not, that are still under the construction phase. And so it would be up to you if you want to incorporate those or for us to include in the ordinance text saying that those car washes will be legally conforming under these new provisions, so that in the future they won't be affected negatively.
And go ahead, Rich.
So there's no grandfather, there is a grandfather clause then if there's a car wash in existence and operating now that does not recycle the water, they're not going to be held to that standard.
All right, unless they do an improvement, let's say they want to build, I don't know, maybe a storage shed or a canopy or whatever, then that would trigger. Right.
And the ones that are partially built but not operating yet?
Well, the new regulation wouldn't apply to them because their permit was submitted prior to the adoption of the.
Unless we say so.
Correct.
When we talk about a
I don't know
recycling
that
system.
No,
I
I'm sorry.
don't think that's
Yeah.
correct.
Yeah, no.
I think they're vested.
Right, they're vested in the sense that because the permit was pulled prior to the adoption of the ordinance, it would not apply to them.
So
Even the ones that are in the construction.
if a car wash is in construction now or is already grading, then they're already vested. The permit was already pulled, they're grandfathered in. This only applies for new permits after the ordinance is in effect. This is first reading, you still have a second reading. After you do the second reading, then any new permit that's pulled after the second reading, that's who gets affected by this ordinance.
But you said something about if we choose to include.
No.
And I didn't quite understand. that.
Right, so for the ones that are existing,
Uh-huh.
if we were just to move this amendment forward, they become legally non-conforming. And therefore, that potentially could affect them, let's say, if they want to sell the property, that a lot of financial institutions, when they see legally non-conforming, they have difficulties with those transactions. So to prevent these properties from going through that burden, placing, let's say, a provision within the ordinance saying that all existing car washes or those that were, let's say, under construction prior to the adoption of the ordinance, they will be legally conforming under these new provisions.
Oh, I see. Okay.
But if we don't do that, then if they sell, the new owner has to bring them into compliance. No?
They continue to operate it non-conforming.
But they
Only
could
if
have
they-
trouble getting financing for it. When we talk about the recycling system, what's the standard? How much water has to be recycled for it to qualify under what we're talking about passing?
So there's a study that was done by, there's actually an association called the International Car Wash Association. So for every for every 4 gallons of water that are used per vehicle, 3 are fresh water. I'm sorry, 1 is fresh water and 3 are reused.
So 75% of the water used for washing must be recycled.
Right.
That's a good standard.
So I have a couple of questions. Say if, we go into stage 3 drought conditions and potentially stage 4 or whatever, can we require existing non-conforming car washes to come into compliance with the recycling system?
I would defer that to our legal department if we could make it retroactive.
I'm just, I'm talking worst case, is that something that we could do as a city?
To use a study? No, sorry?
Would make it retroactive.
So can you retroactively require all car washes to move from freshwater to reclaimed water with an ordinance?
No.
And then can we publish a list of the car washes that use recycled, have a system that recycles water?
We've asked PUB for that, and they seem to believe that there's a confidentiality, so we would have to run that by them.
Because that's something that's been asked by the public.
Yes, sir. We've asked for that ourselves. So there was a question of confidentiality, but if our attorney can look at that and ask that. I mean, I guess the question is, can the city incentivize in a way those that are, use reclaimed water where we would just kind of recognize them and say, these, I think that would be good, these car washes hold the standard of reclaimed water as per the the State Car Wash Association or the Public Utilities Board in the City of Brownsville. And so maybe that education and awareness, and if people are aware, maybe they will go and visit those car washes versus other to be sustainable in our, educational campaign, right? And so maybe that's a carrot versus a stick. And so another thing that maybe the PUB can do is, maybe they have certain incentives to incentivize, or the city with the PUB, that I don't know what the cost is, maybe we could do a cost analysis, a case study with regard to how much does that really cost, right? And is that feasible and where? And maybe in those areas that are feasible, we can, incentivize in a way for them to do that,
It's very similar to
becomes
residential. I mean, like, for example, BPUB for residential, your HVAC or your plumbing,
Rebates.
they would give you rebates. So they could, after doing their study, they could probably incentivize for commercial businesses or car wash. If you're going to do reclamation water or whatever, recycle it, then you get a rebate or incentive of some sort.
And we could use rates as a deterrent as well from excessive use.
Sorry?
Rates, setting rates
Yes,
based on
yes,
consumption.
depending on what stage we're in, we have citations and of course surcharges that they would have to pay that are hefty.
On knowing which ones have recycling, when we talk about asking PUB for that data, do we not have that as part of the plans that are submitted?
We do. It's about a $200,000 to $300,000 piece of equipment. So it's in our construction plans. We'd be able to determine which ones those are.
All right. This is a public hearing, so if there's anyone here that wishes to address the commission, please step forward and state your name, please.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to close public hearing. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Move to approve.
All right, we have a motion to approve. Do you have a second? We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
To clarify, would you like to make the motion to include the legally, or for those existing car washes, or those that are under construction prior to the adoption of the ordinance as legally conforming?
I don't think we can do that, correct?
No, I mean, the vote already occurred, right? If you want to reconsider it, because it wasn't clear, but if you wanted to reconsider it, then you'd have to do a vote to open it back up and take that action.
All right, I'll entertain a motion to open back up.
Can we make a motion to do it so that anyone that is in existence and uses a recycling system is legally conforming and limit it to that?
Yes, you could do that.
I'd be more inclined to do that. But I'll make a motion to reconsider.
All right, second. A motion and a second to reconsider. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
So I will make the motion to approve this since it's being reconsidered, and to include that any existing car washes that use a recycling system are also designated as legally conforming.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries. Thank you.
Public hearing number 10, public hearing and action on first reading on ordinance number 2024-235.106 to amend the Unified Development Code, UDC, Section 4.6.3, landscaping, subsection B, applicability by incorporating the use of xeriscape during drought emergencies and dealing with related matters as shown in Exhibit A.
So similar to the previous ordinance, this text amendment is, the purpose of it is to promote the water conservation, to address current drought conditions. It will limit high volumes of water consumption, promote the use of drought-tolerant plant species, require the use of xeriscape during severe drought conditions, and limit the use of landscaping irrigation systems. And so the applicability will be during drought response stage 3 or higher. And so just some examples of what xeriscape would look like. And again, we're currently in stage 2. And just another slide provided by PUB, some data saying, or showing different uses and the amount of raw water that is, raw and potable water that is used to water these types of uses. And so existing UDC requirements basically say that landscaping, as we know it, palm trees, oak trees, the typical vegetation that we have here in our city is permitted. But this amendment will basically allow the building official or their designee to have the authority to suspend the installation of landscaping for all development, including the installation of automatic irrigation systems during the drought response stage 3 or higher. And that's when the use of a xeriscape plan as approved by the city forest or arborist or their designee shall be allowed in lieu of the required landscaping requirements outlined in the UDC. And we've also included a provision to make reference to the city of Brownsville drought contingency plan. So P&Z did recommend the approval for ordinance number 2024-235.106.
Any questions or comments from the commission?
I think some of the language, it seemed like it allows for the officials to accept this type of landscaping, where I know some of the slides, it makes it sound like this is the required standard if we're in the emergency condition. I just want to make sure we're clear on that.
Right, so if the intent of the amendment is if we're in drought response stage 3 or higher, it is required.
Okay.
So it gives the authority to the building official to act during that situation and require the xeriscape and the suspension of irrigation system.
Outside of an emergency situation, is this type of landscaping allowed currently?
Right now, this particular type of vegetation is not within our, it's not an option within our code, but given the,
I'm sorry, it is actually, landscape is the minimum requirement. And in addition, you may install xeriscape, but it's not a minimum requirement.
I'm sorry, come closer to the mic just so I can make sure I understand.
So xeriscape is not a minimum requirement right now. Landscape is.
Okay, so today, if I wanted to build a house, we're not in an emergency condition, I could not do this for my yard.
You will be able to. However, at the minimum requirement, you will still have to comply.
So I think that what staff is trying to say is that it can't be all xeriscape, right? There would be some sort of landscape green area in today's code. Is
right,
that correct?
right. Currently, outside of the emergency, you would have to have a green area.
So in this case, all of it. So it could be, I'm sorry for a better word, cactus and rocks
Right.
versus all green, beautiful little grass. Right now, we allow for like a combination of both. And normally that's what you would want to see unless you live in Palm Springs and it's really, really bad. So, so maybe right now it's kind of like you work it through the system and add some of it. And then, but this case, it's stage 3. So either you decide to, I'll do it in 8 months and see where we're at with stage 3 and maybe we're out of it. And then I can build my nice landscaping, or, hey, if you really want to put some xeriscape, you can do that and not have to put in the green lawn area.
And I think I'm only questioning it just because I'm thinking this is going to be the new normal for us in the future, where we're going to be facing these drought conditions, I think, for the foreseeable future. I would love to say it's going to get better, but I'm not that hopeful right now. Just looking at nature and Mother Nature, global warming and everything else. And I'm going to support this one fully. I just wonder, should we also look at, even in non-emergency conditions, allowing more xeriscape so that long-term people are using less water, or they're just natural watering even when we're at stage 2 or stage 3 versus in the emergency situation?
Is there a certain percentage, Angel, like 50% or I'm sorry, Angel, but.
Not under our current
Rick?
code, but we could certainly take a look at the overall ordinance, and perhaps there's even working in partnership with PUB. As you remove the non-xeriscape material, there's a reimbursement for installing xeriscape material and so forth. There's a lot of different programs and policies that are out there we could look at.
I would rather say, instead of PUB, I would say we're hiring an arborist, forester. It's actually, if anybody's out there that knows a landscape architect or an arborist or forester, it's actually on our webpage right now. Seriously. And I think they should help, because there's drought resistant plants that are not necessarily xeriscapes. So I know in Hutto, we had a whole list of trees that are drought resistant and kind of had a whole section on that. So I think it would be good to, let's create something that is permitted and not something innovative or just when you have stage 3, but see the plant that that actually work and live better in our region and have that whole section of that and hopefully include it as something that's permitted versus exceptional.
I was in Long Beach a few years ago, and there was I guess they had water issues, or I'm not sure why, but there were houses as you went through nice neighborhoods that were recognized with drought-resistant plants, or, in other words, their landscaping was very atypical, but they were given awards and recognition for being creative with this kind of xeriscaping stuff. And they were then given a rebate of some sort by the city. And I don't know if it was on their water bill or what, but there was a financial reward to that home for putting in this, this type of landscaping. So I thought that was very innovative and might be something we'd like to incorporate.
I have a quick question. I've seen some houses with AstroTurf being installed now. I don't know if that's if you need a permit for that or if that's allowable now, but is that something that's recommended under this ordinance?
We would be able to consider AstroTurf as part of that xeriscape plan.
So is that something that's part of it? All right, this is the public comment. If there's anyone here that wishes to address the commission on this item, please step forward.
Move to close.
All right.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to close public hearing. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion?
I just had one, lost my train of thought a little while ago, but the irrigation system, so you're gonna stop letting them install, or what was the?
Right, so with the installation of the xeriscape, the purpose of it is to reduce the water consumption because let's say your landscaping is not gonna require that, the same amount of water.
Yeah.
So, during the response stage 3 or higher, the irrigation system would, be prohibited.
Okay, I was just thinking if you're gonna have a few
It's a
trees.
suspension, so that doesn't mean that they'll never have to put it in. It's a suspending for a period of time while you're in stage 3. Hopefully, I mean, we go back to stage 2 and maybe not even have a stage.
Yeah, I could
But-
just imagine the cost of putting the rocks out and then picking them up and then putting them back out. Maybe you just don't connect or something. Consider options, but get it.
But
Because
let-
trees will use water anyhow, right? Not a lot, but they'll use water.
Yeah, so in one like we saw in the picture, and granted, you don't need a full sprinkler system for something like that, but I would think some type of drip system.
Yeah.
And then it's just, we're regulating when it can be used and can't be used based on the drought conditions at the time. Would they be allowed to put in a drip system, a drip irrigation system that would support this type of xeriscape?
Yeah, it's open to, let's say, similar to what PUB has for the different drought stages. There's a surcharge, for example.
And the
not-
days and.
Right, if you, let's say, decide to irrigate outside of your designated day, well, then those surcharges would apply. It would be similar here. As city manager mentions, it wouldn't be prohibited to install the irrigation system, but it would be definitely intended for, let's say, the drip system to have lower water consumption on the property.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Public hearing number 11. Public hearing and action on first reading on ordinance number 2024-235.107 to amend the Unified Development Code, Section 4.33, Traditional Neighborhood and Form Districts by repealing and replacing subsections D, E, and F, outlining established parking setbacks with traditional neighborhood districts and dealing with related matters as shown in Exhibit A.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. This amendment was initiated by the Planning Department to facilitate a request by a citizen to construct a vehicular parking area that does not meet the design style standards set by ordinance in the traditional neighborhood zoning districts, specifically the Palm Boulevard located within the historic district overlay. And so currently, the UDC requires all parking areas to be placed behind the house front facade, providing a means to protect the views to the historical architectural features of structures that line Palm Boulevard. Now, it is important we acknowledge the distinction UDC makes between driveways and actual parking areas. So the current regulation does permit typical driveways within front yards, which may be used for parking. However, it does not allow actual parking areas within the required front yard. So I will walk you through each of the corridors in the traditional neighborhoods and talk about the required distances. First, we have the traditional neighborhood corridor, which requires a 40-feet primary front yard for specifically talking about parking setbacks. As an alternative, the parking may be placed behind the building facade. It does require a 5-foot secondary street setback. It may be along the property line within the interior sites. And it requires a 15-foot from the alley center line, leaving a 5-foot setback from the property line. With the proposed amendment, this will follow the principal building setbacks, allowing the parking area to be within the front yard with a 5-foot minimum setback. Then we have the traditional neighborhood mixed use. This currently requires 40 feet from the primary street. As an alternative, the parking may be placed behind the building's facade. It does require 10 foot from the secondary street. It may be along the interior side property line. And it also requires 15 feet from the alley center line. Now with the new, or with the amendment, it will only require 10 feet from the primary street and the secondary street. Finally, we have the traditional neighborhood district. Currently, there is a minimum 50-foot setback, or as an alternative, it may be placed behind the building's facade. It requires a 10-foot from the secondary street, 3 feet from the interior side, and 50 feet from the alley center line. With the amendment, it will only require a 10-foot primary setback and secondary setback. To provide more context on the citizen's request, this is a request to install a parking area within the required front yard of a property fronting Palm Boulevard and Ebony Drive, being 1 Ebony Drive. The planning department met with Mrs. Benavides and offered several design alternatives for the parking area that would meet the current regulations. However, the proposed designs do not meet the adopted ordinances and permitting the proposed parking to move forward will require amendment to the UDC. And so this was the original proposal. It was a half-moon driveway, which will be allowed by the UDC. However, it came into conflict with access management. And so being in close proximity to the intersection. And so the applicant came back and proposed a commercial style parking area within the front yard. And it is encroaching into the 50-foot front yard. So after working with the applicant, we came out with this other design that they will be allowed to have temporary parking. However, they wanted to move forward with the commercial style parking area. If approved tonight, this amendment will apply to the traditional neighborhood corridor, and traditional neighborhood mixed-use districts. And so here's the map of the entire area. So therefore, PNC recommended denial of ordinance number 2024-235.107 due to concerns from neighboring residents, and planning and zoning board members to amend UDC section 4.3.3, traditional neighborhood and form districts, subsections D, E, F. Now, staff would also like to point out that at the planning and zoning meeting, there were several members of the Los Ebanos neighborhood were present and expressed their concern of potentially affecting the visuals of the historic neighborhood.
Meaning they objected to it.
Correct.
Okay, I have a question for you. Why not do this case by case? I agree with the members, whoever went there and was against it. I think it'd be a terrible decision to do that on Palm Boulevard or anywhere else in our historical district. But I do understand that some homes are set up differently, right? If that corner house is kind of hard to get in, well, we should try to figure out what we can do with it. Because I mean, that driveway seems like they're doing it anyways without the driveway. The one that you proposed right after, or that they wanted, seems like they're already doing that. Why not look at these case by case? Is that a possibility? Was that something we can do? And not
I
be
believe-
trying to change everything?
That's a great question. I believe staff tried to work out some sort of other option
Correct.
that did
There were
not
several.
include, Rick, if you want to talk about, or you both want to talk about, there was another option looked at which didn't require even an amendment. Can you just talk through that process of trying to help that?
So Eduardo met with the applicant several times, proposing different design alternatives for them to provide their parking. They are able to meet the ordinance in the one way that Eduardo demonstrated there. There. That will meet our current ordinance. That same parking lot can be installed on the back side of the house and meet our current ordinance. There's adequate space to install that parking behind the house, and that would meet the current code. However, the applicant does not want to do that. Her design was more in this style with pavers and landscaping and so forth, but nonetheless, a much more commercial appearance. And if you go to the circular driveway, there was a conflict on Ebony Drive. That driveway is too close to the intersection, but Eduardo, you got a second? If there was some way that they could flare it further to the rear, it perhaps would meet the access management standards. But I think there was also other conflicts with utilities that the owner didn't want to have to deal with as well. So there's some cost to that alternative, but it would certainly still meet the ordinance, and they would install the driveway further into the property on the right side.
Rick, how difficult is that one? I mean, that looks, to me, it looks good.
It's just for compliance with our ordinance, the 36.6 that we require. I mean, the constructability of it, yeah.
And instead of changing like every ordinance that we have for something like this, could you not do this individually? And I mean, really take a look at it. You can see on that grass that they're doing this anyways. I mean, I think it's a great looking home and they're doing a great job with it.
Yes.
I just think that parking lot is kind of weird.
So we think we could move the driveway on secondary street further into the property, and it would meet our standard, but the applicant would have to agree to that.
How much more? Do you think they would have to like move the utilities? Because I think you mentioned utilities.
So they did mention they didn't want to get into their backyard. There's currently a fence put up there, and they did not want to.
Oh, so they don't like that one or they like that one?
The half moon.
They
That
did.
half moon, is that?
That's their initial proposal. However, they weren't wanting to widen it up.
They don't want to get it wider.
Correct.
And I know you referenced on Ebony the driveway exit is too close to the intersection, but it seems that the Palm entrance is even closer to the intersection than the Ebony exit would be. At least in the illustration prior to this. Go back one slide. Okay.
We would have to verify the distances to make sure.
Aesthetically, I like the curve,
I think it looks great.
but it's just.
Go back and try to work with the applicant and give feedback, that the preference is not to change all our codes because there was opposition, and maybe look at more detailed,
Yeah,
and
no,
just say, they can probably meet it from what it looks like there's options, but that staff wanted just to show proactivity with bringing it a possible change and amendment, but seeing the opposition from P and Z and the residents, you always see if that is something that the residents would consider, and we can go back and work with them to see if there's other options.
yeah, I think changing the ordinance should not even be a consideration, at least in my point of view. I think I would rather 100% try to consider something like this, or having this work. The one that's up there looks good to me, but you guys have to really figure it out, and trying to figure that one out instead of,
So I
I
think
don't like the idea of cutting into their backyard. That'd be terrible.
That's
I
what
don't-
the issue is. It's a fence that's obstructing moving the driveway further back in this.
Yeah,
case.
and that, I understand why they wouldn't want to do that. I mean, they have so much space in the front, and it's a great-looking home. I just think that we should try to figure out, that can be a great home always there on Palm Boulevard, so we should really, hopefully we can get something done.
So initially, the staff's recommendation to the P and Z was to deny the amendment. However, we were facilitating the request for the property owner that felt like we were not assisting them with the solution, even though we were providing design alternatives, and that's why we're here.
And thank you guys for doing that, for trying to work with the homeowner. That's important.
So just to confirm, this house never had a driveway to begin with. Where do they park? It was in the back.
So,
In the back, you can see on the top right, there's an existing driveway.
right, they have a three-car garage on the back and additional parking.
I see.
Those are the driveway to drop off the kids or pick up or a party or whatever it may be.
Yeah, it's additional.
Correct.
This is public comment?
Yeah, this is public hearing, so if there's anyone here that wishes to address the commission on this item, please step forward. I'll entertain a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second to close public hearing. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Move to deny.
All right, we have a motion and a second to deny. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Public hearing number 12, public hearing and action on first reading on ordinance number 2024-1740 to annex into the city of Brownsville boundary limits a property described as being a 14.616 acre tract of land out of 160.749 acres out of the north portion of tracts 1 through 10, shares 1 and 17, Espiritu Santo grant, all out of a 3,030.24 acre tract, Cameron County, Texas, located on Carmen Avenue, Brownsville, Texas, 78520, as shown in Exhibit A.
So this is a voluntary petition to annex into the city of Brownsville city limits. Property consists of 14.616 acres, and it will be a future site to a single-family residential development. It's actually the second phase of an already existing development called the Heights at Riverbend. Overall, it will have 133 lots, and this second phase consists of 27.606 acres. However, 14.616 acres are outside of city limits. And so staff did go through the correct process as per Chapter 43 of the Texas Local Government Code to to incorporate the subject property into City of Brownsville city limits. This is the subject property and aerial map. And as you can see directly to the west, the streets, well, in this satellite image, streets are being cut out, but right now they're already fully developed. And this is just an additional map to give you a better context of where this is located, very close to Veterans Memorial High School. This is just the boundary of the proposed annexed area. And staff does recommend the approval to annex 14.616 acres into the City of Brownsville.
All right, this is public hearing. If there's anyone here that wishes to address the commission on this item, please step forward.
I'll move to close the public hearing.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to close public hearing. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Thank you.
Next, we have items for individual consideration. Action item number 1, consideration and action to approve a 5-year contract for the operation agreement with Lit Fiber Brownsville LLC for the operation of the middle mile network equipment of the broadband project with a first-year cost of not to exceed $592,800.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Again, the purpose of my presentation is to present a proposal to sign the operation agreement with Lit Fiber so they can manage our network equipment. But before I get into the actual proposal, I would like to kind of go, provide a project overview of the VTX Fiber project, so that those in the audience can understand what is, happening in the city. So right now, as you know, there is a 100-mile middle mile fiber, that has been constructed. And the main reason is to provide fast, reliable internet connectivity. And we right now, as we have lit here in the house, we can go up to 1 gig or 10 gigs of the houses and up to 100 gigabytes in those businesses. One of the I would say cool features of this project is that all of our fiber will be, all those 100 miles will be underground. The standards for burying fiber is 36 inches. The city has that fiber at 48 inches below ground. And this really provides a point-to-point, a secure point-to-point connection to those businesses and to the city-owned buildings. This is also a secure network when it comes to the climate. The weather is not going to affect it. Fiber can be underwater. Fiber can be in extreme conditions, weather conditions. So it's a very secure and reliable network that we will have. And also with the rains, we will have connectivity, redundant connectivity throughout the city. So if one rain gets cut in one end, the other one will pick up the slack of that connection to maintain the connection and reduce the, downtime. As of right now, we projecting, the project will be completed, with the last mile and everything, projected to 2025. There's a lot of work that needs to be done still, but that's about the timeline that we have. But before I move on, it's also on the 100-mile, network is a 576 strand fiber, and with those 196 are being utilized right now, are being pretty much allocated for the last mile, for the city's priority 8 sites and PUB priority 8 sites. So that means that all those buildings that the city has, PUB has, without internet connection or without a fiber connection, they will be connected with fiber optics. And that leaves us with 360 fiber strands that can be utilized to lease to other businesses. So dark fiber that can be utilized for any business, school, or anybody that would like to, get part of that. And also that's a area for the city to generate revenue. So it can be.
It also improves our schools. So for example, veterans school, high school has really bad connectivity. When we even hosting the games of Texas, we have to create this, like, I don't know what it's called, but chiefs, like additional network, and the event center, even for a lot of events, we have to booster and add. We were already spending money on additional boosters specifically for events. And when we host them and when we host it in other facilities in and around the city of Brownsville, and the sports park is additional.
So with that is, if you recall last year, the contract for the BTX fiber calls for two agreements, which is the maintenance agreement and the operation agreement. Last year, the maintenance agreement was approved. So now we back to present the operation agreement, which as we stated, the building, the city has multiple buildings that have network equipment that needs to be operated by someone. Currently, we do not have the network engineers, so architects and staff to do that work. Right now, the team is really working really hard, and I can say, working 16 hours, weekends. As we see Carlos here next to me, we work in a lot of hours. So the need of those engineers to support the staff is really, really needed. And, we have a, commissioner here as a doctor knows that, when you overwork your staff, they can cause, health problems. And it's a big concern for me. Tomorrow morning, I got to get up at 3 a.m. to do a firewall upgrade. So that's one of the things that just not me, as my staff there, they have to be, they got to pick up the slack for each other. So really, when we talk about operation agreement is looking into our staff and making sure that they're healthy, making sure that they have a life work balance. So with that is why we here, or the what is, we here for the network operation agreement, who the city of Brownsville and Lit Fiber will be in partnership. Why? Well, the network, we need network engineers, like I stated. Is very important that we have somebody that can actually, work our systems. And the next one is how we want to know this benefit the city. Well, we have optimal performance on our network equipment. We will have a strong security. We just talked about CrossTrack, and, Commissioner Cardenas mentioned about why, putting so much money invested in the security. Well, that's the software that monitors the environment that, quarantines and stops any cybersecurity attack that might happen. But also, you got to have those engineers to go there and actually remediate that problem. Those network, devices have to be optimized, and they have to be checked, patched, and secure at all times. It's not just a one-day thing that you come in and you secure. It's a continuous, pretty much, it will not end. It'll be a day in and day out that somebody has to be there to protect our city and the data. With that also, minimize the downtime. So here's the proposal. So we again proposing, signing the agreement with Lit Fiber Brownsville LLC, and that's to maintain and operate our routers. At a very high level, the routers are those devices that connect multiple buildings, right? And then your access switches is the switch, the device that actually connects those users. What you are connected to right now, that's the access switch. Firewall, self-explanatory pretty much is, it will protect the traffic in our network, allows only information that we tell it to allow. And then the wireless system, is what we connect to wirelessly. So the benefit, efficiency, reliability, and future-proofing, really having skilled network engineers will help us manage our network better and keep us running longer. So funding source will be the enterprise fund, and the first year is $592,800.
Motion to approve.
All right. We have a motion.
I'll second so that we can open up discussion, because I do have a question.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Discussion, I just want to know, what is projected revenue going to look like for the city each year? Because I'm sure we're going to get to the point where what we are making is offsetting this cost.
Correct. So right now the city has an agreement with Lit, to to get, you know, a percentage out of every connection that, you know, for the citizens. So because we own the middle mile, the city puts the money. So on that one, we projecting about $500,000. Now we got the dark fiber, which that one, we're talking about, it can be
Well,
millions.
we can't disclose. I'm gonna step in there. I am going to have that conversation offline because we have, competition out there with ISPs. So I do have a concern with identifying any kind of, revenue projections. As any enterprise zone that we have or enterprise fund that we have, the revenues offset this. In this case, it is a revenue generating, enterprise. And so what we would like to do is give it that information to you privately. What I would say is the maintenance agreement is at no cost to the city. So
Very good.
that is already funded and that is at no cost. Of course, this involves personnel and that would be offset by the enterprise, but we will give you that, executive, summary.
Thank you.
And if I may, to Mayor and Commission, just to be clear, this is a 5-year agreement. The agenda item does say 5 years. The first year is $592,800, and then the packet has the additional year costs, year 2, 3, 4, and 5. And so I just want to make that clear that it is a 5-year contract.
Yes, and we're approving the first year of the 5 years, so it'd have to be paid. Your approval goes every year. So.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Next items, board appointments. Action item number 1, consideration and action on resolution number 2024-026 to appoint or reappoint one member to the Special Needs Advisory Board, SNAB, to fill existing vacancies.
Thank you. Mayor and Commission, we had a full board until last week. Our chair resigned due to some family issues. Catherine Fletcher did, and so we now have one board vacancy. That's for Commissioner De Los Santos to make. And those are the names that are available.
1 second. I have my appointee. Alejandra Mora.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Thank you.
Action item number 2, consideration and action on resolution number 2024-003-A to appoint one member to the Brownsville Border Film Commission to fill an existing vacancy.
Good evening, Mayor and Commission. This appointment is for Commissioner Gowen.
I'd like to appoint Chris Eichner.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Thank you.
Action item number 3, consideration and action on resolution number 2024-002-A to appoint one member to the Brownsville Convention and Visitors Bureau Advisory Board to fill the existing vacancy.
I move to appoint Joaquin Soto.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay, it is now 7:59 PM. Mayor, would you like to make a motion for executive session?
Yes, I'll entertain the motion.
Thank you. And for the record,
Second.
the following items will be discussed in executive session. Item number 1, closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, 551.072, real property deliberation, and 551.087, economic development deliberation related to Project Emerald. Executive session item number 2, closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.071, consultation with attorney, and Section 551.072, real property deliberation related to Project Ocean. And item number 3, closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.071, consultation with attorney, including contemplating or pending litigation related to Millwhite Inc., and boards and commissions. Possible action on any items as discussed in executive session. Item number 1, consideration and action, if any, on resolution number 2024-025 related to Project Emerald.
I'll move to approve resolution 2024-025 as amended.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Action item number 2, consideration and action, if any, on resolution number 2024-028 related to Project Ocean.
I'll move to approve resolution 2024-028 as amended.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Meeting adjourned, everyone.
Thank you. It is now 8:52 p.m. Meeting has ended.